Trading futures in the night, so cold rocket dreams, resilience in the fold. Hedge pressurizing, the charts are bold. Dated bands rapping, stories untold. Flying with rockets through the AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Flying with rockets through the AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Treading roll, the pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Flying with rockets, scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade, oh, never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with their AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Sanctuary in all its blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
What's up, friends? Good morning and welcome to the show. My name is Matt, as you all may know. Hi, I'm Adam, future trader. Getting prepped for the day. Random trading challenge continues, day number 3. Random trading challenge in which ChatGPT chooses a time for me to trade. I don't choose the time. They choose the time. Then I have to use my best judgment at that moment in time to make a trade. 100,000 real dollars, real account, full transparency, everything shown. And we'll see how that turns out. Just to prove the risk management will keep you from blowing up even without a trading strategy. Hello. Looks like overnight rallied up a little bit. Bump again, 68.96 yellow line S&P. Feels like the buy programs are turned back on. Market's going to go up. Feels like it's going to go up. The candles just pushed higher, 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 higher all night. Good to see. Like seeing that bull market back. Yesterday's dip buy was really nice on that long. Second here. Big Sever Triple B again. Is it? Is it? I haven't even looked yet. Hopefully. I want to see it below. We are below. Friends, don't forget to smash the like button. Getting prepped and ready to go for today's sesh as always. I have just this weird feeling about this V-up that we had on Friday. That we shouldn't make like more of a W-shaped bottoming type process rather than a rally straight back up. But we should see. All data looks nice, looks clean. Alright, let me prep it ready to go. Friends, hello. Who are you again? The name is Matt. Ski Bum, David Merrill, Fraser, Trady, Flint Lockwood, Crypto Gains, Nathan, Ian, Randoms, Hypno, Aid, Urahara, Trady, Julian, Jamel, say hi, good morning, y'all. What's up? Albert Camus. Excellent, excellent. I like that name. Author. Volkspart, Kavitha, Brandon Allison, Eddie, Silsty, and everyone else. Good morning, Scalper. Let's hope it's an easy VLU market, right? Hopefully so. Hopefully so. Hopefully something easy today, right? Let's see. 10K static ETF. That's the new thing. Oh, cool. Cool. One second, I'm getting caught up with all my stuff for today. All right, let's see if this works. No. Trying to type something that fits. The text. That works. Alrighty. Welcome, friends, to the show. Don't forget to smash the like button. We'll be started in just a second here. We are Pressing higher, 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 higher today. Pre-market. That's good. I hate when it does this though, pre-market, because then we lose the dip to buy. Market starts. We're gonna do a big giveaway today. If we get our numbers up to the highest that they need to be, we'll do if we get to 750 viewers today, I'm feeling happy. I'll give away 10 Tradeify straight to fundeds. We're at 1,500 viewers today. So starting at 12. We'll give away an ETF end of the day, as we always do. 1350, we'll give 5 more My Fund Future Scale. 1500, we'll give 5 Rapid accounts. And 750, we'll give 10 Tradeify straight to funded accounts. For a total of 21 accounts given away on our stream today. All right, let's get the dynamics up on the screen. Dude, don't even have them marked on here. 25,578 Nasdaq. $35,682. It's down here. S&P is 6843. Very interesting that we didn't even, I guess coming out of the holiday, I figured that the holiday was the reason we were trying to sell, was like, essentially that was the real sentiment, and then just post holiday we just kind of reset back to where we wanted to be. So I didn't think we'd actually keep going to higher highs. The market did feel like it was trying to sort of stabilize in the middle for earnings, but we'll see what we get, right? Let's do the infamous dice roll. ChatGPT, make the random trade. Random trading challenge is I'm going to trade with ChatGPT choosing a random 15-minute interval at random times throughout the day, random amounts of trades throughout the day. I'm forced to make a trade at the time. I must make a 1 E-mini trade at minimum. I can add to the position. I can subtract to the position, but I must maintain the entire position to full stop or full profit target 1-to-1 minimum. And I will still make money not being able to wait for my A+ setups, to show that even with a, I don't know, 50% win rate, something random and average, I'll still make money. Hopefully. Between now, which is between 9:30. So the first trade must be made within the first hour. (9:30) and 10:30 EST. It's your birthday month. Happy birthday, brother. 9:44 to 9:59. All right, so today's time for the random trade. Oh, I forgot to switch this out to Fund Next. Oh, well. 9:44, 14 minutes at the market opens to 9:59. Perfect. Let that market develop a little bit. I got to jump in. So it's 2 days in a row and hasn't had me trade at the open, which is interesting. Derek Rodino, welcome to the Cadet Squad. Happy birthday, November 16th birthdays, all of you guys. Scorpios in the house. We are very close. I'm on the edge of Libra and Scorpio. Let's go. All right, so today, analyzing this. Overnight move. Just a little bit of continuation off of the big selling pressure we had that V'd up. We've seen this before. Plenty of times, Trump trade war stuff causes a little turbulence in the market. It just gets lower, 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 and then resets to the middle. You can almost see it like bouncing like a trampoline. So any move back up is not likely to be strong like this. It's likely to just roll back up slowly. And that's probably what we're going to see with VIX below triple B, just rolling up slowly. See how I'm drawing rolling, 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 rolling. So, you know, you have this sort of like trending sort of trend line-ish. You can draw, as you try to say the word trend lines, but you can see that the market's just kind of like driving up at like a slope like this. Any dips along that slope, I'll probably, you know, be buying. It'll be your red lines and such. When did we have that other move like this? Imagine like, forget that we had like the big crash in this W right here. Imagine like we crashed and then made it right back up to middle. It's going to roll a little bit before it picks up momentum and then keep going. Let's do it like that. Markets usually don't forget sell-offs. Even this one, right? We just fall right to the middle, and then it just kind of rolls, right? We are kind of back into bull territory, so buying dips is the way to go. Buying dips to strong pivots is the way to go. Now today, S&P is bumping against the yellow line, which we know can be the start of a sell-off. We don't want to make the bet that it will be, but we know that it will be possibly a hard resistance to break through. We've been watching 68.96 for quite a while now. It's one of the stronger of the yellow lines that we've seen. Yellow line is a margin buffer limit exploit, which has everything to do with market makers and their positioning. This right there was where we sold 3 days in a row. This is three different times. This is the fourth day we're bouncing against it. And you can see even the overnight, right? The market is trying to resist it. But if we pop up and just rally into the open, then, you know, it's basically going to be... Are we above triple B? No. So I'm missing something. We are below. It's the old one. We are below. As of yesterday, we secured a lower low below, and then now we're even lower low below. We get one. I believe next week, right? I'm still wary that the market isn't still going to try to have some stronger moves to the downside. Even with VIX below here, I'm not going to get caught with my pants down on any potential rolling out of some of these AI plays and other plays. There's all this talk about, you know, AI bubble is starting to scare some investors, and some firms are starting to say bubble. And I think that when firms are trying to say bubble, like, you know, your big Goldman Sachs and all them are talking about it, I feel like they're just trying to create panic. They can buy the dip. I don't know. We know how that game is played. What do y'all think about that? Let's get those likes up, you guys. Don't forget to smash the like button. We get that to 700. Starts off the initial giveaway process. And then we'll do giveaways every single day like we always do. By the way, we'll be starting a new songwriting competition somewhere in December, around the holidays. Make it fun. In our Discord, we have a song submission channel. Use AI. Write your favorite rocket scooter, trading themed, whatever themed songs. Doesn't have to be anything special. It just has to be something that you like or that we like, whether it's funny, whether it's... Categories are going to be overall. Category is going to be giveaway. Depending on how many entries we have more categories. But overall, there'll be a giveaway category. Like if you make a giveaway song, something like to spin while we spin the wheel. And then comedy, like funny songs, like, you know, Slightly Fat or Mad or something. If y'all remember that one. So the idea is the winners are going to get, winners of each category get free lifetime rocket scooter. The top 5 in every category get at least like a bunch of prop accounts. Like last time, first place got, I think, lifetime and like 3 prop accounts. Second place got 2 and third place got 1 or something like that, or 3 and 2. And then everyone else in the top 16 got 1. So it was pretty cool. Takes about, 30 seconds to write yourself an AI song. You might be looking at the old Triple B if that's what you're seeing. 806 is also an impact red line on NASDAQ, which is kind of where that balance point is from the sell-off. When we talk about these impact lines, we teach you how to do this in the actual boot camp right here. That's that anchor point, red line, the whole technique that gives you that balance point there. And when you touch that red line, it's always going to be high volume. As we see today, that red line was volume the minute you touch it. This is how good our calculation is. You do those red lines right on the money, there's that volume. So 806, keep that in mind. Today is a really strong resistance pivot as well. Good old red lines. You guys know the drill there. So submit your songs now. Probably start in another month. If you made a music video to go with it, we could have a music video category this year. If it's a hot topic, if you guys want to do music videos, we'll add one more category. Has to be feature length, hopefully. Like, not just a 10-second clip. If we're going to do a category for it, you guys make some like full-length videos, like the full-length Knife Catchers Anonymous Broadway tune. Then we're talking. That's what I like. That's what I like. Okay, let's get everything prepped and ready to go. So I just went live with Tradeify. They're in the process of getting my application and everything filled out and get my live account with them. Which is kind of nice. You guys saw me trading from, I guess, like March until now. My strategy to make $80,000 with Tradeify. Took my time with that. Put a big buffer right out the... Are these the correct numbers for yellow lines? Yes, they are. This is correct. Triple B, how would you have the wrong one? Did you do the calculation yourself? You just do the calculation. You have the rollover day. That Tuesday night, you do the halfway point between the closing candle of the spot month contract, and then you take the open of the front month contract, the forward month contract. So front, forward, right around rollover, and then you take the midpoint. That's it. On that specific Tuesday. That's it. Yeah, so we didn't roll. So you can't just use like a standard roll. You have to use the rollover at expiration. That's the trick. Yeah, so. How big is the account? This account? Which one? Oh, with Tradeify? Oh, I don't know yet. Not sure. Mike Hawk Small is now sponsored by Arby's. With a name like that, it should appear in all the commercials. You know what I mean? All right. Oh. All right, you guys. Get ready to roll here. Are the O lines correct? They should be. I did them all the other day. $892 NASDAQ. Yep. I like how the platform now remembers my drawings. It's really nice. Red line and yellow line is the illiquidity pivots class. Super awkward. If you go look at the titles of the videos, one of them will have it in it. It's towards the end. Which straight to fun is that I get? So Dan, I got the bigger ones when I did it, but let me look at those really quick. Let me see what the main difference is now. Like, let's look at them real quick. How much time do we have? 20 minutes? Okay, let's look at it. Let's see the difference in the value of all of them. You're going to try out Tradeify? It's pretty solid. You know, it's not for big payouts. It's for, you know, base hits. These are paying me out $3,500 for the first payout every 5 trading days, and then $3,000 each payout after. And when I started doing this, the reason it took so long is it was 10 days to pay out, and now they've lowered it to 5, so it's kind of nice. All right, so let's do cost of drawdown, right? So let's see what they are. And with our code, it's like $500, the bigger one, but that's not necessarily, I think, needed. Let me see if the payouts are different. 510. 6,000 by 510. So let's do 3750, the daily loss limit, because that's your scalability. That's a 7. 2,500 divided by 440. That's a 5. So they scale pretty nicely. The more expensive ones give you more value. Let's double check the smaller ones. 1250 divided by 356. Oops. 1250 divided by 356. 3.5. And then 2. Yeah, so the bigger one gives you, the scalability is great. When you pay more, you're getting a lot more as far as daily loss limit goes. Let's double check. Because this is what it was when I first bought them. That's why I tried to go for that. So 6,000 divided by 500 is 12. 4,000 divided by 440 is 9-ish. 2,000 divided by 350 is less than 6. Yeah, so the scalability is really good for both the drawdown and the loss limit. What I do is I just take the ratio of the drawdown you get for the cost you pay. This is the best value of all of them. So they actually do give you like better value the more expensive the account is. So then it just comes to what you want to pay for. Some of them, if you actually analyze them with other firms, you find out that there's like a sweet spot in the middle. And here, pretty much all the modes are the same. All the end of the day, all the rules are the same. And I think the payouts for the smaller ones are also the same. Let me see if the payouts any different. So we'll check the health center. Payout policies. So, okay, so the payouts scale even. Okay. So payout 1. Okay, that's the goal. That's the goal. What's the payout you get? Payout tiers. Yeah, okay, this is another reason to do the expensive ones. So in reality, the decision is pretty simple, is how far you want to pay to get the better benefit. You get bigger payouts and bigger drawdown to cost ratio and bigger DLL to cost ratio. So the benefits almost like exponentially get better the more expensive they are. The cheaper they are, the smaller the tiers. I didn't have any problem, honestly, building buffers in these bigger ones because you have a lot of fat. It's 9,000 profit target with a 6,000 loss limit and a 3,750 daily loss limit. So trading like, you know, a couple of contracts, you're going to be well within range of balancing out growth in that account with what they give you. 9,000's huge, 6,000's huge. It's hard to lose that in a day if you're keeping your risk moderate. The levels for NQ right here. Yeah, so it's the same as when I started. When I started back in March and I made that decision, that's when I looked at. I was like, well, this gives bigger payouts, so I'll get to the 80,000 faster and yada, yada, yada. Challenge accepted. Good evening from Singapore. What's up? What's up? Why don't I pay a developer to make your strategy? You can just make money and do nothing. You realize I have 19 streams of revenue. Most of them make money while I do nothing. This is the motive of my life. I actually enjoy trading. It's fun. Can you sell NASDAQ 100? You can. What am I munching on? Ice cubes. You can sell NASDAQ 100, NASDAQ futures, or you can have NASDAQ options, NDX options. You can sell QQQ. When am I getting Lance for Christmas? Maybe I should mail him a version of the Garden Gnome. For his own garden. If I make 19 streams of revenue, why do you have to take affiliate commissions off of warehouse workers making 17 an hour? Pretend you can make them profitable. Dang, that was harsh. Probably because I want to buy a couple more houses and an Aston Martin, and you know, I got to scam a few more people, raise some money, I guess. Plus, I have to buy a lot of glasses. You know, I'm blind with all the trading. Bro, you know, I honestly, I used to go to Chicago Bulls games and sit in the stands and yell at Michael Jordan for being a scammer for pumping Nike shoes out there when he's a famous basketball player. How dare he make an extra buck or two doing that? What a horrible human being, right? Selling basketball shoes to hopeful kids that are going to grow up and get on food stamps. But whatever. What a scammer. You know what I mean? Not out there preaching education, out there preaching everybody you should be a basketball player. Because that's the real goal in life. Horrible. It's the same fucking thing. Same thing. If you ask somebody that makes a lot of money why they want to make more money, then you just start to sound stupid. How dare Elon trying to make rockets? How dare him? That was me at the game doing that. Horrible. Yeah, PJ made it right. Make as much money as you can while you can. Hey, here's the thing though. When it comes to affiliate commissions or whatever, that's the community choosing to give me a tip. I don't put out ads for prop firms, or I just possess a code because hundreds of thousands of people want to use it and give me a tip for whatever I do to help them. That's up to them. So if you come to this chat and you're making fun of 10,000 people, calling them losers and terrible and whatever you're all saying, because they decide to tip their waiter, well, that's on you, friend. Don't come in here and try to not make friends with everybody. These guys are pretty mean. If you're mean to them, I don't make them do it. Why are you farming affiliate commissions off of warehouse workers? Everybody here is a warehouse worker, you guys. He's also using the word warehouse worker pejoratively, as in that's some type of insulting thing that, you know, because you're a warehouse worker, you're gullible and being preyed on. So those of you that are warehouse workers, I really apologize for this guy. Would y'all like the mods to ban him for insulting all of you guys? Because he's not insulting me, he's insulting y'all. Warehouse workers make pretty good money. I mean, dang. This is the kind of kid that works at Taco Bell and then makes fun of, you know, people that work at Wendy's. Like, I got the job at Taco Bell. I make $7.50 an hour. Okay, you only make $7 an hour, you fucking peasant. Bro. He actually, this kid sweeps the floors at the warehouse and he's making fun of the warehouse workers. Here. Since I don't ban people, I'll just put you in timeout for 9,999 minutes. You can come back after however many years that is. And then just apologize to the people that you made fun of. I think working in a warehouse is absolutely professional. My valedictorian in my high school actually is a warehouse worker. The toy guy. Remember I told you he has a toy warehouse where he flips year old Barbies and Hot Wheels. Makes millions a year in a warehouse. Super rich guy. We all losers up in here. It's okay. I think people have been romanticized the idea of trading is that you're going to be a trader and only a trader, and then you're going to make 20 million a year just trading. Right now, I'm aiming for 100 million net worth. Like that's where I'm aiming for right now. Right? So why 19 streams of revenue? Why 50 streams of revenue in 5 years? Why hundreds of streams in 10 years? Because I want to be worth 100 million by the time I die. That's my goal. Making $1 million was the first goal when I was a kid. Yeah, sure. But then once you get that taste and the hunger of, you know, being an entrepreneur, then it's like, keep going. Keep on going. Only 100 million, not billion. Nah, my idol is Lance, so I'm gonna mimic him. I'm gonna make $100 million and I'm gonna sell courses on how to make $100 million selling courses. Do I want to die with money in the grave? Nope. I want to make hundreds of millions of dollars and change the world with it in some capacity. Similar to what Elon does, build things, create things, engineer things, just like I build rocket scooter and other things. Create things using science and math to better the world so that the warehouse workers have a safer place to work. One commission check at a time. Good thing I'm with an eye doc. My eyes will never go bad. Do. Is it better to wait for the new boot camp? Yes, the new boot camp is going to be a lot better and a lot different because we're redoing the videos with newer techniques, newer stats, newer platform updates. Long or short today, at yellow line, the predominant position one would usually take is not longing into it to wait to see if it develops. If it blasts above it, which it might at open, then it's just where the pivots to go off for resilience, just like we always do the 1A trade on the BLU. Or if it does sell off, it just becomes one of those days that just sells off really hard and we find A+ pivots at the bottom. Next boot camp starts in January, right at the turn of the new year. How am I preparing my Thanksgiving turkey? Deep fry? No, never. I've never deep fried a turkey. I always brine my turkey for at least a day. Last year, for the first time, I tried a 3-day brine to see if it was any different. it was no different. It was a whole lot of work. So I do a 1 day brine in a bucket of ice water, or not ice water, but the brine with some ice water on it. I use vegetable stock, ginger, peppercorns, brown sugar and salt. Brine that bird up. Then I roast it to crisp up the skin. Then I cover it in foil and bake at the temp. And then in the pan, I put like all my vegetables. I do, you know, celery, onions, herbs, everything. And then I take all the drippings on the pan, scrape it off, light it on fire, reduce, you know, the grime with alcohol. And then I take it all, put it in the blender, blend it up, strain it, cook it with some, cook it in a roux with some cream. And I make the world's best turkey gravy you've ever had. From all that drippings. Oh my God. New boot camp starts in January. How do I stuff my turkey? The way I normally do it is I'll get a pot with some water, and I'll boil the water until it's bubbling. And I'll throw some apples, some onions, some cinnamon sticks, and then a bunch of sage and rosemary. Stir up those aromatics, and I just shove that into the bird. That's it. I make stuffing, but I don't stuff the turkey with the stuffing. I stuff the turkey with the aromatics so that the whole bird's pretty good. Yeah, the apples and the cinnamon. 3 minutes till market opens, guys. We are at yellow line. Be cautious that today isn't a day that we just sell off really hard. The VIX doesn't support it. Here we are right now. Guys, don't forget to smash the like button, friends. Let's get it going. Everybody, we have to get the likes up before we do our giveaway, so make sure that's the first thing you do. Hit the little thumbs up at the bottom of the video. VIX below triple B right now, which means we have a nice, solid, kind of like non-responsive market to events and news, like Trump tweets and other things aren't going to be as severe as they were last month. As far as today goes, I don't think the government's open yet, but they're proposing to resolve the issues. At least I don't know. I haven't been following the news. Don't think we open the government today. Long at the open. It's possible that we just get that blast off trade at the open. I don't know if I'm feeling it though. Red line Nasdaq, yellow line S&P. You guys know the drill there. Nothing big today. Okay. All right, so keep in mind, we have red line Nasdaq, yellow line S&P. I'll just kind of draw that right here. We know how those illiquidity pivots can cause a lot of bounce. 806. ChatGPT chose randomly for me to trade the random challenge today. At 9:47, sorry, 9:44 to 9:59. So 14 minutes in, the window opens for me to trade in the random trading challenge. They're gonna open the government today by 7 p. Thank you. I was trying to look that up. Well, look at that, guys. You can go get your driver's license renewed now. Yay! And we're off. And we're off. And we are selling a little bit. Gap up, not a flat market, at least 20 points of gap on the S&P, which is good. Nasdaq is 130 points, so this is not a flat market, so resilience can be a telling sign of support at half gap. Keep an eye out on this. Nasdaq is minus 20. S&P is right at 0. Come on in. Howdy. So negative res is a gap fill. Thank you. Always good. Look at this homemade bread right here. Ooh, that is hot.
Crunch.
That's pretty good. Okay. All right, we might be selling off today, guys. All right. I was feeling it. Out of suspicion. Let's hit the S&P. Resilience stabilizes. Right here at half gap will be the bounce point if there is anything. There is support res greater than 0. There will be a bounce here. Possibly. With NASDAQ, it wants to fill the gap, though. You guys know that yellow line, man. That is a brutal resistance as always. BBB is the big boy band, yeah. That's how we roll here. Nasdaq's gonna have strong supports until bull zone and DD band, just like yesterday. Same trade as yesterday. All right, S&P is gonna try to up negative res on S&P. Oh, that is really bad. Wow. Okay. All right, guys, we're selling off today. I felt it. I felt it in my boneses. Let's see. S&P is gonna fight here at half gap to hold. So there is anything, we are going to hold right here, if anything at all. Let's see. Minus 47 on that. Oh, God, dude. I love resilience so much. Time to let her die. Let's let her die today. Oh, yeah. IDOC's parents are in town. Pretty good. They're at their home right now. Their other home here in the States. They'll be coming over today. Do you have a Let Her Die song? I don't know if we made songs to actually make the market die, though. So NASDAQ, negative resilience. S&P, positive resilience, and barely. Now, with positive resilience, S&P will usually try to hook the market higher. So positive res might want to go there. Just keep an eye out on this white number right here. All the stocks, man. Let's double check some of the bigger ones here. So the random challenge, I'm not allowed to trade until 11 minutes from now. NVIDIA has a bounce point at MHP. So keep an eye on NVIDIA today. If NVIDIA loses 272, the market's going to collapse. But I have a full day of selling today, you guys. Minus 50. Resilience is pretty bad. Microsoft, a monthly hedge, and breaking. Meta just looking like shit. I told you, man. I told y'all today. I had a suspicion that we were going to get a W, hopefully a good old W shape on the bigger run up. Like, I'd like to see this here to fill that gap at least. Or try to fill that gap. Or maybe even tap the half gap. Anyone not showing liquidity map on the side panel? You have to have selected one of the charts. So select the chart. And then you have to click the LM button for it to show up. See up to the right? All right, so I have 9 minutes to make a decision. All right, so what we're gonna do first right here is it's gonna try to test half gap. At best, it's gonna bounce. If it bounces around here, which it might do, and doesn't break, it's gonna shoot the close and it's gonna overshoot. I mean, it's gonna fall quick. If it doesn't test that half gap and reclaim, it'll fall very quick. So we're right on the edge. Some of the stocks, Tesla and others, are sitting here at bounce points. Hopefully should hold the market up. Hopefully so. So now's the half gap juggle. S&P resilience is now negative, so we've lost that. Google breaking hedge pressure. Tesla breaking hedge. AMD is kind of all right. NVIDIA hooking in half gap as well. So let's keep an eye on NVIDIA because NVIDIA is NASDAQ. It doesn't work on phone. Yeah, our platform is not really optimized for mobile. So we never really put a lot of time into mobile yet. Ours is just desktop app. You can access it from your phone. You know, if you want to access the web page, but why am I doing this random trading challenge? Because I've done everything else, right? Winning trading competitions, making millions as a trader. You know, what else am I gonna do? Going live with all the prop firms, just showing off how good I am, I guess. Cat is active? Not yet. Actually, the real goal is I eventually want to write a book on, well, 2 books. One of them is on the principles of what's behind hedge pressure, my sum of least risk book, the math book I talked about. But then the other one is on the psychology and aspects of day trading that I think are important to traders, like risk management being one of them. This is to prove that risk management is great, and it's to prove how good Rocket Scooter actually is at doing that. So, just to do something different. So I don't show my real trades, only the random challenge trade. This is a real account. What are you talking about? It's $105 real $1,000 here. It's just for a month long. So if you're here for handouts or free trades, bro, like, you know, come on now. This is, if you've been watching me for years, 2020, I was making 6-figure trades a day. Big account challenge. This year, the goal was to trade props and go live in every major prop. I went live in 3 prop firms so far. Like, I've made it to live. I've made money with them to the point they kicked me to live. And then now is this one. Just something different. Just to show something cool and different. Yesterday's challenge trades were not green. Yesterday was a loss. How many contracts can you trade live on NASDAQ without slippage or execution issues? I've never had issues in position size of 100 with slippage. Like 100 E-minis. Never had a slippage issue. Get filled instantly with 100. So I can simulate what trades I would do, being that I'm not allowed to enter a trade for 6 more minutes. Today's setup with negative resilience is shorting to fill the gap. Like, that's it. Like, right out the door to fill the gap. Normally what I would do would be long at the gap fill, but resilience is horrific. So there is no longing at gap fill either. Yeah. A lot of sector rotation today, which is exactly what this drop is all about. Let's take a look at the sector map here real quick. Good eye on that. Let's see how things are panning out today. Everything is up at tech. How funny. Big difference between NASDAQ and S&P. Oh, 100%. S&P is not as bad as NASDAQ. Right. But S&P's resilience is negative. So S&P, this is a short setup from here for S&P. 100% short setup from here. Matter of fact, I might take that in some evals. Let's see. Negative for S, the gap fill, yellow line rejection. So DD ratio has to do with the support at bull zone, which is way down here. Resilience has to do with the support at the open and close, which is way up here. So what it's basically, if you just answer your question, is that we have resistance here, but support here. That's the easiest way to think about it. And if you look at Rocksuiter platform, it actually tells you with plain English that specific thing next to each of the levels, which is really nice about it. So bull zone is a farther away pivot. And that's why they're so different. So basically what it's telling you is that you have, where's my drawing tool at? Means all of this is resistance, but all of this is support. All right, those shorts are. I got short in a bunch of evals right here on that S&P trade. Just waited for that. Took the short. Trying to pass as many of these evals as I can. Have them in stockpile for funded next in case they change their plans on us. Well, when will I be going back to real trades? These are real trades. What the hell are you guys talking about? Do you not see the account number and the balance up here? I'm thoroughly confused. DD ratio is the strength of bull zone. My chat doesn't troll me 24/7 now. Once we won Pat's tournament, this chat just filled up with a bunch of Pat's viewers. So chat got a little, I hate to say it in a mean way, you know, a little more variety, I guess. A lot of people that don't know what we do here, just trying to tune it in for the first time. Like, what's this? What's that? They're used to watching like prop traders just burn through hundreds of prop accounts all the time. But if you want to see like some of the best technical executions you've ever seen, stick around. Yep. I have to jump in 1 minute for the random trade. 1 minute. With resilience being the way that it is, and everything kind of being as funky as it is right now, I have to enter in 10 seconds. There we go. Let's hit it with the fourth spot for the gap fill in the S&P negative res. Let's go. Blue line is hedge pressure. It's a high volume pivot. So S&P on this one, 68.85 all the way down to 72 is a 13-point drop. I'd be willing to add to the short if we get the bounce, but I grabbed 4 S&P contracts. Very confident in this one. I had to wait until the time that ChatGPT chose for me to trade today. Just to show you guys a random challenge. Remember, I can choose long or short. The best guess I got with what's given to me, 944 to 959. And I was waiting for this bounce. I was kind of hoping that bounce would have been there earlier. But let's let it rip. I grabbed the short and a bunch of evals. So trying to get the max profit target on some of those guys. With the negative res, negative 60, negative 12, this market's probably it's rotating extremely hard today. Extremely hard. Nvidia breaking through hedge pressure. Nvidia's got so much room to fall. We might sell off really hard today, guys. If there is a bounce point, it's here. Only here, and then 500 is the next stop, 150 points lower. S&P, if there's a bounce point, it is here, and pretty much only here under these conditions. So our levels, so the algo actually spits on the chart support or resistance. It actually tells you. It doesn't, there's no guessing, no guesswork with it at all. The algo is telling me the open today is resistance. The close yesterday is resistance. The halfway point is resistance. It's telling me this zone is support. This zone is support. So I've got huge resistance here and huge support here, and the market's spanning right to the middle of that. This white line is telling me the probability that we do fill the gap. So with S&P's resilience being negative, S&P is going to fill its gap right here. That's what we're looking for. This can turn out to be a humongous sell-off day today, guys. Like huge, huge. Not just like mild, but like really big. Like 2 or 3 hours of just plunge. So, you know. Beautiful. I'm so fucking good at this. I love it. All right. Let me exit on that big candle here. All right. I just like to take profit on that. Okay. Let me give you guys the P&L so far. The gap fill random challenge. Very good. Very good. Very good. In my funded next. Sorry about that. All those shorts just closed out. That was worth, I don't know, 20 something thousand. Easy peasy. Beautiful. Love it. Took profit on all of that. Are you trading? Random count challenge up $1,600 all the way down to gap fill. I'm looking for that. What I can do is just for fun, take profit and all of that since B plus and just hold in one spot for the rest of the run. And I'm gonna sit back and enjoy my brekkie. I love, dude, she makes me breakfast every morning. I'm such a spoiled guy. My 4 spot, I closed down their 3 spot. Nasdaq hit overnight dynamic hedge pressure. I wouldn't be buying any dips today. Not on this setup. Not yet. I'd let it go to DD and bull zone all the way. But this might be where it does bounce though. But monthly res minus 42. Oh no. I'm the go. Well, thank you. Wait for after London close. Julian, I 100% agree with you. London close is probably going to be the more like where that telling like reversal would be if there is one. I know I closed early on that big ass candle. I'm probably robbing myself for the rest of the move. But man, that was just such a solid run. That was really nice. You're looking for shorts with every pop? On a day like today, yeah. That's how I'm feeling. So, okay, so I'm going to cheat my own rules. As long as I stay engaged in the trade, then I can keep trading. So as long as I hold my one runner, then I can just hold the runner, and every time it pops, I can add and subtract and add and subtract. Ooh, I just found a loophole in my own rules. It's not really a loophole. That's still random. I'm forced to randomly trade, but it'll allow me to continue to play at the position as it moves in my direction. So that's technically allowed according to the rules. I'm supposed to just be in a position of 1. I can add and subtract whenever I want, and I can only exit at full stop or at full profit target. Now I have full discretion to do whatever I want once I've got the trade. You said this at the time. It's not a dumb rule. It's within the rules, right? I'm allowed to maintain a position or stop whenever I want. The entry is the only thing that's random. The exit, not random. I have to exit at least 1 strike distance away or at stop, and I can stay in with the runner all that I want. That's allowed according to the rules I made it up. Well, technically it was always kind of allowed. I'm just kidding when I say I'm cheating my own rules. It's definitely still allowed. I'm not re-entering. I'm allowed to add. I'm allowed to trim. Remember, we all agreed on the rules, right? Just like if the risk is going against me, I can trim. If the trade is going with me, I can add. That's always been part of the rules. But where I enter, I lose the efficiency. And part of risk management is adding and subtracting at the right spot. That is part of what I'm trying to prove. You never agreed to those rules? What rules do you agree to? I'm managing my cost basis. Hold on. Any lawyers in here? Hold on, I need a lawyer. Let's go. All right. All right, this is a binding contract. Where are my lawyers in chat? ChatGPT is not a lawyer. ChatGPT doesn't even know what time it is. We had that debacle yesterday. ChatGPT didn't even know what time it was. Okay, it's me. I'm the lawyer. Okay, Victor's my lawyer. All right. There's an appendix or like an addendum or whatever we've added to the rules. Okay. Random time, 15-minute intervals. I get to pick long or short. I can add at any point. I can trim at any point. But I must maintain one contract total. Minimum entry must be one contract, one mini contract. I'm not allowed to sit out if I don't like the setup or there's a catalyst. I can exit at predefined stop loss only when losing, which is 10 to 40 or 1 minute candle. Whatever I say myself. When I get in the trade, I'll say I'm taking a 60-point stop, then that's where I have to get out. Exit PT whenever. Whenever. Can add at any point and trim at any point. I can exit whenever green, these are additional rules, at a 1-to-1 trade, but must hold to full stop when red. I can't close when red. So if I'm losing the trade, I gotta hold to full stop. That's to prove stop loss management's important. Once profit target is realized, even if I'm taking drawdown, I can exit whenever I want. Which basically means if I make it to profit target and I bag hold and it goes back to start, I can close out whenever. So the idea is that I either make my one or I lose my one, and then I have full discretion. If I lose my one, I can stop. If I make my one, then I can stop at any point. So the idea is just proving that risk management, which is, you know, I have to hold till stop, and position sizing is good. Flat market clause, if neither profit target or stop loss are realized within 30 minutes, then I can exit the trade just to get out of the way. So if the market's just doing this, that way I'm not forced to just sit there if neither is happening. We exit, we re-roll the dice, find another time. After I make a trade and fully exit, there's a 30-minute cooldown before I can trade again. That's to prevent ChatGPT from having me trade at 2 o'clock, then 2:15, then 2:30, then 2:45. Like a bunch of trades at the end of the day because of the fractal nature of picking a random time between now and the end, and now and the end, and now and the end. It'll start clustering like 4 or 5 trades in the last hour and one at the start of the day. So the 30-minute cooldown rule means that there's not a cluster at the end of the day, which is a stupid time to trade anyways. One of the trades must be within the first hour. Stop loss consideration is always from the last entry, so is the profit target. So example, if I double down adding to a low, then that's where my new stop and new profit target is. So an example is if I longed here, market fell, and I longed again, I can't stop until that stop loss from here, but I can also gain my 10 and 40 from there and then close out before the first entry. So my last entry dictates the entry and exit to the trade. What is the symbol to lose money? I need a lawyer. So I bought that dip on NQ. Now I'm still short. Still holding the short. So the idea is if ChatGPT chooses a random trade, if I just were to get myself 1-to-1 trades and that was it, we won't be able to go anywhere. Part of how I'm going to leverage this is knowing when I'm wrong and then choosing to sit out, and knowing when I'm right and then hanging on to a runner and allowing myself to continue trading on that trade. Student discount for Rocket Scooter makes the entire platform $20, and it makes the bootcamp free if you buy the platform. So technically speaking, that should be allowed. I can add to the position as I want. It allows me the same flexibility, pardon me, that I don't have to stop at one strike. I can, but I can choose to keep adding and bag holding what I want. Remember the flexibility of if I shorted here and the market went against me and I can stop, it just means I can stop. But in reality, What if you choose not to stop? You can keep bag holding and adding and bag holding and adding and then blow up the account. So that flexibility is not giving me any advantage. It's giving me freedom to blow up. So the idea is that if I were to short and it goes higher and I short again, I'm allowed to enter a position while red, just like I'm allowed to enter a position while green. It's the same thing. Same discount with 7 kids that are homeschooled. Man, as much as I love to help every one of you guys out because y'all have, you know, things y'all are dealing with and whatever, I've learned, you know, Rocket Scooter has passed its 100,000th customer this year, by the way. And I'll tell you, getting to know 100,000 people in my lifetime, everybody has a story and a hardship. We would give everybody a discount because of something they're going through. Everybody always has something, and as much as I'd love to help everyone out with kids or veterans or seniors or whatever, then it would just be a permanent discount, which we do have, by the way, which is $40 off the total for everybody for life. That is your discount. So normally it's $200 a month, but we had a deal when we launched to make it $40 off every month for life and grandfather it in so that when we raise prices later, you guys wouldn't raise prices. So that is your senior discount and your military discount and your... But awesome that you homeschool your kids, by the way, Kingdom. That's dope. That's cool as shit. Are you the Kingdom that's winning the tournament? By the way, that's you. Or not winning the tournament, but you're in like our top 10. Kingdom's in our top 10, by the way, in the tournament. Hell yeah. Bro, listen, how many of you guys in this group, I swear, of those 200 live accounts, I bet you we're gonna get 50 of them. Easily. I'm so proud of you guys. And I'll be live at Tradeify. We'll all be live at Tradeify. How about that? It's pretty dope. So if you, at the end, sometimes this week, I'm going to finally get around to all my Discord messages. Send me a message in Discord with a picture of your ID and your student ID and proof of enrollment at your school, like a tuition bill or something that's current. And then I'll give you the instruction on how to go and get the student discount. Do I set up auto stop loss and TP and Tradeify, or do I do it manually? I do everything manually. I've always done everything manually. Isn't the rule supposed to be no short when DD ratio above 0.5? So let me tell you about the rules, right? The rules are based on the probabilities. Nothing is 100%. The only times that we teach shorting are off of the strong pivots when you have the confluence. When that confluence is there, and MHP when that confluence is there. There's always, always, always a quote-unquote 60-40 trade with confluence with resilience to fill the gap on both sides. It's not taught because resilience can be sometimes random, but it's not like it's a bad short. It's still 60-40. It's just we have a rule that we only engage in shorting when it's really strong pivots. Right. But as far as resilience goes, and the new class will detail that. Just because we say don't do it or, you know, it's not a trade, it's because the probability is just not strong. It's still good, but it's not strong. Another example is we used to have a short setup off of the BRSD hedge pressure and the BSD hedge pressure, just like that. Actually, sorry, I do that wrong. We used to have a red line on both of those, right? And the back test came back that said that this was only a 60% probability and 40% of the time it would break. Even though 60% is still really good, it wasn't good enough. These are all 80s and 90s under ideal conditions. So because it was 60, we actually got rid of it. It doesn't mean you can't do it. You're just more in the territory of coin flipping. But with proper R&R, you still can trade the pivot. The same thing applies. Any B setup, we don't preach that it's a good short, but it is a more probable short than not. When shorting, I don't like to fight the bear market. If I do, it's very quick. Like it's just a quick in and out and that's it. Do I use any stop? Yeah, I always use a stop. I use 10 points S&P, 40 points NASDAQ, or the higher of that or the largest 1 minute candle in the hour. So an example, today, the largest 1 minute candle was this one. 86 to 76 is 10 points. I would use a 10 point stop off of any pivot. What's up, F2? Where's Tradeify getting all this money from to give 200 people a live account for the competition? From the entry fees and the resets. You gotta imagine 20,000 people enter the contest. 20,000 people reset 3 times. Right? That's what, 700 grand? Joel says from thin air, LOL. I need to make you mod of the channel, by the way. Hold on. I want to see your text in blue so that it pops out. Kaizen too when he gets in here. They're using the Fed's model, just printing money. Yeah, I mean, the entry was free, and maybe some people went and bought accounts, or the entry was 35 or free if you bought an account. So when I met with the guys at Tradeify, they basically said, yeah, we're going to lose money on this, but hopefully we'll make it back, because they're not paying affiliate commissions or anything either. Like for when you guys sign up and pay your 35 bucks, I don't get a cut of that. As Joel said, it's just the cost. It's just the cost of doing marketing. So, I mean, Ninja Trader paid me to market a free contest that had no entry. Like, that's just the cost of marketing. So, Matt's exploiting his own rules. Hey, I wouldn't be mad if I wasn't bending the rules all the time. But technically speaking, if I'm not allowed to enter while green, then I wouldn't be allowed to enter while red. It wouldn't make any sense. It would be a disadvantage to dig out of a hole, but not allow you to chase while green. So again, I'm holding the one runner just in case it keeps going, and we'll see what happens. Remember, I gotta bend the rules. That's the rule. A bounce for another dump. Well, let's see, because all today is just a huge amount of sector rotation. Let's double check if things have changed. So we looked at the sector spiders earlier. We saw that tech was pulling back and everything else was hella green. Let's kind of refresh this and see what else is pulling back. Tech is sort of bouncing and real estate's now selling. There's a lot of cycling, but financials and industrials and materials are really healthy, which are really strong components of the S&P. Nasdaq got brutally hammered because of the whole tech thing. So that's that. It's a high risk if you want to short from here. Yeah, that's why I don't want to short from here. That's why I'm just holding the runner just in case. Mostly rotation. Yeah, I would say that I don't think the market's going to crash out today. But Nasdaq is bad enough that it might build itself into one. I would say the rotation point is here. You can see that where the market just shifted from here. Nvidia bounced there. Apple should be at hedge pressure now. Yep, Meta should be at hedge pressure now. No, not Meta. Sorry, Microsoft. Nope, Microsoft's still below it. Tesla hammered, right? Some of the big names are kind of at their bounce point and still losing, so be careful. Nasdaq resilience, monthly resilience is negative, so, you know, Nasdaq is extremely weak. It might be the catalyst that drops it further. Why are we so high above triple B today on VIX? Why are we so above triple? Are we above? No, we're not above it. We're below still. So triple B is the contango midpoint, which allows you to know how sensitive the market's going to be to news and other events. Right here, being below it, Trump tweets and Powell commentary and stuff will be shrugged off. It won't cause a big collapse until VIX is above here, and then the market kind of makes a more defining move. Now today we've kind of hit that 542 yellow line near the bottom. That's this coming up right here. I'm still holding on to my runner short. It rolled over on TradingView. Yeah, but TradingView just rolls over stupidly. It doesn't have any smarts built into it. The proper way you do it is manually, and you do it on the Tuesday before VIX options expire. So TradingView doesn't have any logic on it. It will roll the wrong week sometimes. Holidays will throw TradingView off. It sucks. Don't use TradingView. That's yeah. But anyway, we are above. No, we're not above. Guys, this is not expiration. Not yet. Next Tuesday. What is the yellow line? How's it calculated? I have a bunch of videos on how to do it. So there's a number in the platform based on the margin buffer limit, which has to do with market makers' full risk on a position they take. It's this level right here. Nasdaq futures is 1660. And what you identify is, dude, this is one of the coolest things ever. I invented this 10 years ago. And what you'll see is whenever you have a really solid run that creates an imbalance, like the market's just trucking along, you guys might, if y'all use ICT concepts or something, you probably do something similar. What they call them fair value gaps. So the market does this and keeps going. Anytime you have a consolidated phase that breaks out and volatility expands and then contracts, there's the expansion and contraction. If you measure from the start of the move to the high of the expansion, and then you draw the midpoint, as long as you never touch that midpoint, if you draw a distance from this start of this amount called the margin buffer limit, it creates a projection high that is 100% high volume pivot every time you touch it months into the future. As an example, this day in September the 5th created this line, and this line to like the near penny was resistance. When you touch it, it's high volume every time. It's almost witchcraft how exact that it is. Let me find some like, let me zoom in on some of them. I mean, these pivots are sharp. I'm talking like razor sharp. Look at this. And so it's just a high volume pivot that you can utilize, especially in breakout highs. When you don't have a high resistance to chart off of, you've got a breakout high. What happens is the market makers have almost fully lost. They've lost 99% of the actual full value of the contract by shorting against the bull market, and they're hedged at those levels. These yellow lines are beautiful, exact to the penny high volume pivots every time. Every time you touch it, it's high volume. So when I'm longing, I usually get out of a long when I bump into it. You can see that it just loves playing with these pivots. Anytime, right? Like here, you hit it, there's some selling pressure. You hit it, there's some selling pressure. It's predictable, even beyond all-time highs. Yeah, this is what some of the stuff, you know, people here kind of like bounce, 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 broke, hold, bounce, right? Broke, reject. Every time you touch it, high volume, even overnight, right? This was me making fun of trend lines and doing a catalyst example. Anytime you break the yellow line, it is predictable high volume to a T. Look, 1,400 contracts when the average was 300. 8 times the volume just passing through this one pivot. There's some magic that happens there. And it's so good. Exactly on the penny. Rejection. It's exploiting something called the margin buffer limit. It's a CME thing. F2 says, give your watching scanner. Is it possible to build one for your own study? Now you can add custom studies to your platform, but I'm interested in having the scanner attached to your studies. This next year, all of our focus, as soon as we build the backtesting module here, all of our focus at RocketScooter is going to be to build Rocket script on the front end with you guys, so that you'll be able to program your own studies into our platform and integrate them with the scanner and with our techniques, with like hedge pressures and whatever. So it'll be available in the scanner. That's 2026's challenge, to get Rocket script and everything into the platform. Granted, we don't merge our platform with My Funded Futures or one of the other bigs out there, which we've been in talks of doing. So options on the table for us are My Funded Futures, NinjaTrader itself, and Tradester. So these are all irons in the fire where RocketScooter can merge with those entities. So, meaning that you would just use our stuff in their platform with all their tools and stuff. Overnight pivot, nice and long. Yeah, it was a pretty strong long pivot there. The yellow line technique is fantastic. It's called margin buffer limit. And again, let me show you how cool it is. Like the one that we're touching right now. was calculated on September the 3rd. So September the 3rd, that's that distance from the table. And then that's the pivot. And I mean, it's just like, look at it today. You can see how crazy it was, right? When you touch it, exactly when you touch it, high volume. So what we're able to do is we're able to predict high volume extrapolating beyond the high. So at all-time highs, we'll be able to find volume pivots. It's a very cool technique. There's a lot of neat things that are happening there. Has a lot to do with market makers and hedging their positions and risk. But I've got breakout targets all the way up. So if the market rallies, it's almost like a framework of how it's going to rally. An example is if we break out, these are the pivots. And I keep track of all of them. The market will likely, you know, if it breaks, it'll roll up to there. And that's usually where you start to see your dips. Like you see your dips along the way. So we know that when I long, I usually exit each one of those targets for that intraday trade. I don't long next to it from below. I wait for the breakout. So it gives you those bigger frameworks of high targets. So the next like sell-off that we're going to see from wherever it's going to be is going to be from one of these places. So if I'm like, I want to short the high, like I bet the market's going to turn around and sell off, I need to short. Well, I better pick one of these targets because that's the highest probable short for the most part when you're forecasting, not like when you're actually there. You're going to look at other indications, but dude, they're so good. Look at this. Look at this one. Look at this one right here. A month and a half in advance, right? There's no probability that it will reject and sell off. We say it's about 50-50 chance, but the sell-off is really hard when it happens. So the idea is, the rules are just don't long from below it because there's going to be some rejection pressure. Sometimes it will break, but for the most part, because the rejection pressure can be huge, the rule is I'm not longing into it. It usually interrupts the day, and I treat it like such. 50-50 chance it breaks, but the time it goes against you is pretty violent. So we take caution there. Like this one, when it goes against you, it's violent. When it goes against you, it's small. When it goes against you, it's violent. So we treat them just like that. Ooh, my runner's taking off. Let's go. Baby, resilience is never wrong. I love. That's my favorite tool of all the tools we have. Resilience is never wrong. Never wrong. It's just sometimes early, sometimes late, sometimes delayed. Wait, what are y'all talking about, Pat? What happened? Everyone's talking about Pat right now. I wasn't reading chat. What happened with Pat? He just canceled his stream? Oh. Well, right here we go. Hey man, sometimes you gotta do that. Sometimes when the shit just gets to you, sometimes, man. Sometimes I'm just like, man, I'm done with this. I need to go out and touch grass. That's healthy. Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes I wish I'm like, if I wasn't here for you guys, I would just cancel the stream and be done. Some days I'm just like, fuck this. I just want to play video games all day or watch TV all day or be productive all day. It's probably smart that he did. If again, no matter how good you are as a trader, you're always gonna have days like that. I always tell people, if you're feeling anything, feeling tired, feeling hesitant, feeling shaken up, feeling rattled, walk away. Cut the rope and walk away. Yeah, that's a sign of a seasoned trader that understands. You know, we're all human at the, you know, even at the peak of your career or whatever, you're still gonna have days where you just don't want to mess with it. So if you're feeling a certain way, get the fuck out. Nothing worse than sitting there in your emotions. Like if you're just pissed off or whatever, trust me, that's preventative. You know, that's to keep you from doing something dumb when shit's not making sense to you. You guys is a lesson to learn from all of that. If you guys are feeling a certain way, market's not adding up or whatever, or you just kind of feel off, pull the plug, walk away. It's very smart to do that. There's no shame in that, admitting defeat and just coming back tomorrow. A trader is like a trapeze artist, right? You can't laugh at a trader. You can't laugh at a trapeze artist for falling. It's part of the game, right? The first thing you learn before you join the circus is how to fall without breaking your neck. Before you ever go out there and perform in front of a crowd. You practice tumbling, you practice whatever. So you fall the right way and you pull the plug. You survive. You're there to swing on the ropes another day. Can you be a mod? I don't know, Franco. Can you be a mod? I'm changing your question. You said, can I be a mod? And I'm saying, can you be a mod? Can you hone the responsibilities of holding the glove of power? Banning infantile losers with an iron fist ruling without mercy. Letting people know that you're boss. Executing your ruthlessness without hesitation. Can you be the mod father? He presents a compelling argument, chat. Can he be a mod? He can. He's always here. Never misses it. Am I longing this? Not with negative res. Although it is sector rotation, I am watching on the side some of my levels here with other stocks are just tumbling out. I don't like that we flip-flopped a little bit and now energy's pulling back, and energy is a significant component of the S&P. And losing energy, losing tech and energy is not good for the long side. The merciless. Tradey, you've been asking all week. Wait. All right. Couple more. I don't know. Can you go to the bathroom? I'm being like the elementary school teacher. You've been asking all week. All right, Tradey. All right. All right. You're moderator, but your first job is to moderate Franco. Okay? So, Tradey is a mod, and you keep an eye on Franco. If he does his job well, you report back to me. You moderate Franco. If Franco abuses his power, sometimes that's good. I like when y'all do that. I'm just kidding. I think we need. I'll have another like rotation. Moderators, all you do is just moderate chat, you know. Who will moderate Tradey? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Moderation's not my style. We need a moderator for the mods. Set up a court system. Yeah, I think we should set up a court system, a jury. We're gonna need lawyers. Where's Farina? We need some lawyers here. Contracts. Have you ever seen D-Money price action PW stream? Any thoughts on his strategy? I've only watched it casually. I've never really watched it long enough to like see him in a trade or see what he does. I just tune in every once in a while. It's pretty entertaining. What was his Jerome? His character that he had on the stream that one time was really funny. Somebody was like, "Go check this out," and they were just. It was pretty entertaining. But I've never seen him actually in a trade because I haven't tuned in that much. He streams at exactly my time slot, so I never really see it. So I wouldn't know. I don't know what style of trading he has. Y'all have to tell me that. Matt Kors just gave me props for being a transparent influencer. Don't even tell me he's offering an olive branch. He did not say that. My mind is blown. My time slot is 12 hours a day. Pretty much. But now we're interviewing candidates for the afternoon slot. So I'm gonna have 2 new streamers on the channel, one in the afternoon, one in the evening. So Rocket Scooter's expanding to a 24/7 empire. Well, pretty much we'll have Asian trading, Europe trading, everything. So by the same time next year, we will be a 24-hour stream on this channel. Might even be a new name on the channel. We don't know. I know it's day trading with Matt for branding and whatever, but we might have our own sort of 24-hour trading show. That's eventually the goal. That you do the Asian one. Yeah, we'll have auditions. Right now we're having auditions for the afternoon US sesh, and we're having auditions for the Asia sesh. One of these days, I'm just gonna adopt Red Candles and make him do it. He's building his own thing. By the way, super chat. Let me see what you guys have here. Some super chats today. Y'all donated something. Ro put in $5. My bad. Could we get an audio alert option when prices within a user selected price distance of an RS level? This is something that's been on the wish list for a while. Alerts. And alerts would be something that I'd love to build. Now, one of the problems with us is that, you know, being a smaller company, is that we don't have endless resources to have multiple parallel projects going on. I'd love to do that, but right now we're in talks of possibly merging our technology into another super user platform like NinjaTrader or something, where you'll be able to have those platform level features already pre-installed. Now we can hire resources to continue building our platform, alerts, bracket orders, things like that, you know, reports. But our focus is really the technology in the platform. The platform is just a place to hold it. And these days, we're in talks with other platforms that will be able to allow us to connect with an API to put our stuff inside of it. So either A, we can go down the platform path to develop and build platform features that aren't trading features and kind of waste resources to now compete in the platform industry against these super giants that we really can't compete against. Or instead, merge with some of these companies I have really strong relationships with, put our tools inside of there. Like imagine you log into Tradeify and Rocket Scooter is an add-on. We're like this close from having that conversation. And we cancel our platform and then Rocket Scooter is just available everywhere you go. And so that way you'll get all those features instead of waiting for us to make them. Or the other side of the coin is we staff up and can continue building into the trading platform itself and make all these features. So that's kind of like where we are as far as a company. Do we want to spend half of our resources building a platform to be last place in the competition of platforms, but first place in trading tools? Or we put all of our resources into trading tools and features for other people's platforms. That's kind of where we are. Merge with Project X. Oh God. Project X is just a never-ending beta test, I feel like. Thanks, Matt, for bringing up Fund and X, crossing over 100K in payouts with them. After end of the day, here's for some cash for the boot camps. The journey ain't easy, although there are some expenses, but you're overall on profit. Dude. Safan, brother, that's amazing. I would like to take a picture of this. And if you don't mind, I'd like to share this story. I always love sharing good stories. Are you guys kidding me? Did Matt Kors lay out an olive branch? Called me transparent? Good enough. I'll take that as a compliment. I still don't like him though, because of the AMC thing. But whatever. I better be careful, man. Stefan's coming for the world record. Very, very, very cool. How does it feel crossing 100K payouts? Is this your first big sort of like string of wins? Like, is this the biggest, I guess, like the biggest wins or payouts you've ever had? And if so, how does it feel if this was like a goal of yours, or is this just like a normal Wednesday for you or whatever? Curious how how you feel about the whole thing. Are you feeling confident? Are you feeling That's incredible, man. So boot camp's a giveaway today. If I were new, would I focus on trading S&P or NASDAQ? S&P is easier than NASDAQ. Per contract, it's leveraged less per mini because of the way it's the pricing of it. NASDAQ will move up every $800 you make in NASDAQ, you'll make 500 in S&P. So S&P moves slower, means your losses are smaller per strike distance, per contract. Also, the S&P has a more, like, a tighter bid-ask spread. See how the distance between bid and ask is only one strike, or sorry, one tick. When you buy market order, you're going to lose $12.50 right off the top. NASDAQ's bid-ask spread, as you see, there's always like a gap or space. It's moving around really quick and flutters around a lot. But the NASDAQ's scaling is weird. So sometimes when you get in a NASDAQ trade, you're already upside down 20, 30, 50 bucks because the space between bid and ask is much bigger. So statistically, like for like, you will perform worse in NASDAQ, all things being equal, than the S&P because your losses will be bigger per stop, per contract, slightly bigger. So essentially 60% bigger. And you're going to take a little bit more loss entering an exiting position because the efficiency is off because you're getting in a bigger bid-ask spread. They're both, they both correlate 97% of the time. I believe that's the current number. If you want to know how often they correlate, you can do this. This is a great tool, you guys. If y'all want to learn this, I use this all the time. Type in MRCI correlations. I repeat, MRCI correlations. It gives you a table. And it's a really, really, really cool table that lets you know if something does correlate. You always hear traders like, I long oil when the dollar goes down, or I long gold when the dollar goes up, whatever people say they do. You can find out if that's even real here. This counts the number of days and it tells you the correlation. Anything that's red is strong to the opposite side, so inverse. Anything that's green is strong to the non-inverse side. So directly proportional. Example is, if you look here, let me make this bigger so y'all can see it. This says S&P Z25 contract was a green day. Then YM was a green day as well, 98% of the time. Or maybe it's the other way around. It's basically saying they correlate. If this one's green, that one's green 98% of the time. I think this is the independent axis and this is dependent. Either way, green is good. So NASDAQ has a positive correlation with the S&P over the last 180 trading days, 100% of the time. You can you can shorten it like in times of like high crisis. What is it in the previous 30 days? NASDAQ and Dow 90%, NASDAQ and S&P 96%. So you can make your correlations here, right? How does gold and the dollar line up over a short term? Well, let's look for gold. GC, somewhere around here. I'm blind, I can't see it. Here it is. Gold has no correlation with the YM, has no correlation with the S&P. So 0 would be just like completely non-correlated. Like the closer to 0, the more random it is. So slightly inverted correlation, but just slightly. So typically, like when the indices go down because of the inflation problems, then gold would go up. That's what that's telling you. But it's not really strongly correlated, so it's too random to make that assessment over a short period of time. Over a long period of time, it might be even stronger. Let's see. And over a longer period of time, yeah, so gold over a longer period of time is certainly stronger to go up when the index goes up. So you're like, okay, is that really a trend then? Well, maybe gold goes up because everything goes up, right? But you can actually dispel some of the theories people have using this table. So S&P and NASDAQ correlate roughly 100% of the time. The only time they don't correlate is going to be during earnings. Like there will be a day when the S&P is red and the NASDAQ is green or whatever, because that day you had that one stock green and that one stock red that was just enough to tilt them over. That's where those 96s and 97s come from. But for the most part, they follow each other day after day. High amounts of sector rotation. You may see one of them red or one of them green, but very rarely do you see NASDAQ red and S&P green. It's usually around earnings where that effect shows up. Integrate with NinjaTrader 8. Yeah, we're in talks. Like I told you guys, we're trying to strengthen our relationship with all these platform providers. To have them do all the platform features and we just build tools for them. Stefan, appreciate everything you do, man. No time for world record if they bring up the live payouts by end of the year. Yeah, right. I know. That's my fear. It feels surreal, Stefan, to get your 100K. Bro, I'm extremely, dude, I'm so proud of you. I like hearing people like kind of get to a level where they feel that confidence is there, because I remember when I started getting there. It was surreal feeling. I was like, man, I can do this for a living. And I was like, holy crap. I went to school for 4 years to be an engineer, and I'm about to throw it all out the door. I'm fucking crazy, but I know I can do this. There was a surreal moment in my life, yeah, to realize I'm going to change careers. It's a good feeling, man. Mike Jamali, it's 300th in the competition. You've got 9,000 in profit. Number 200 is about 6,000 away. So I think to need to take a couple YOLO trades the next 2 days or what? No, Mike, for the competition, as long as you're in the top 200, oh wait, you're 6,000 below it. You're not in the top 200, right? Okay, you're 302. You need to take, at 9,000, you have, again, this is paper trading, so those of you, I'm not giving investment advice. At 9,000, you need to make 6,000 away. That's 2 medium days or 1 really strong day. Today is not the strong day, right? Today, the day is selling off pretty hard. Every day that you wait, other people may YOLO, but other people may fall out. What I would personally do, if you have to roll dice to get in, you need to find an A+ setup between now and when competition ends. Or if you're on the edge of getting cut, like you're in the bottom 30%, and hit it with a mild position. Because if you don't make it to 200, you're out, right? So your A+ setup would be like your big hitter. You need 6,000 contracts on 5. It's easy to make that. And NASDAQ, 40 points in NASDAQ is $4,000 already with 5. So you just need 40 points 2 times to get in the top 200 with 5 contracts. So A+ setups are gonna be the way to go. I wouldn't at all risk it on a short trade day like this. I would say today, I wouldn't trade anything today if I was in your boat. I would let today pan out and then find a really solid dip tomorrow. DD band or something. MHP or something. Or if we get lucky enough to hit those today. I would only wait for A+ setups if I have to roll the dice. It's up to you to decide when, but I wouldn't try to sleep on it, because you kind of have to make 2 good trades at 5 to make it to the top 200. Will the others doing my stream have the same style as me? Not necessarily. They'll be using Rocket Scooter to a degree. Am I still short? Yes, I am. It's on the top right of the screen. Just here, though. I'm not short anywhere else. Just this one. But I want the people that are on the stream to be streaming whatever their style is, hybrid with Rocket Scooter. Like, here's what I do. Somebody might use like ICT stuff, and here's how I use Rocket Scooter to make it better, sort of thing. You're not going to have a lot of purists like me who threw everything out and just trade Rocket Scooter. Most people hybrid it with other things they do, which is totally fine. But they'll have to be doing a couple extra things. Who's streaming with Rocket Scooter platform? I'm about to hire some people for the channel, and our buddy Red Candles is starting to integrate Rocket Scooter into his own trading show as well in the evenings. And Q approaching yellow line 542. Holy shit, we might be crashing today. Look at this. The one runner that could. That one contract pumping it. That was good. I got it at 88, right? 85. That's a 20-point run on that. What's my bias for today's trade? Oh, 100% short. Yeah. I was short right out the door as quick as I could. That yellow line on NASDAQ is, and we are breaking monthly hedge, which is another reason why we just had a volume spike. For funsies, let me take profit on that and re-roll the dice. All right, let's lock that in. 21.39 profit on the random trading account challenge. I know I'm hexing myself to take a loss. But let's lock it in. 30-minute cooldown, and we'll take another trade later on. The way I can avoid doing that, though, is to hold on all day. Well, let's go ahead and... All right, so 30-minute window from now. Choose a random 15-minute window between 10:08 or 11:08 and 4 p.m. excluding 12:25 to 12:35. That's the transition time from my funded TV. So no making a trade when I'm supposed to be going to the other show. All right, and the random number generating gods have chosen 2:19 to 2:34 p.m. Eastern. Let's keep that in mind. All right, so right after lunch, I got to trade again. Good deal. The job opportunity, yeah, the submission deadline was Friday, and people apparently didn't get that message. So, like, if you submit a 3 to 5 minute video of your best work, whatever it is, to me, I can't tell you what we're looking for because I don't want you to just act into what we're looking for. I want you to naturally do what we're looking for. So you send whatever you think I'm looking for without me telling you what I'm looking for. 3 to 5 minute clip, one clip only. If you send 3 or 4, then you are unlucky because I will only watch the first one. So make sure the first one is good. 1 bite, everyone knows the rules. That's it. I'm not going to watch 20 videos. And they better be damn good because I'm dividing and conquering. Some of my employees will be watching the videos to help me sift through them faster. I might not even personally see it, but they know what we're looking for, and they'll be making cuts. So you better wow the team with whatever it is you got. I have scoliosis. You have a YouTube channel that streams trading Rocket Scooter. I was asking if you can make videos about teaching Rocket Scooter. Dude, 100%. Like, you guys 100% can take what I've made and run with it. You guys can make Rocket Scooter businesses. You guys can make Rocket Scooter boot camps, whatever. If you teach my materials, you know, have them subscribe to the platform or whatever, you can make your own course material and all that, totally fine. You can't use our course material like our videos or our handouts, though. You can make your own. So start a Discord around Rocket Scooters, or start a YouTube channel around it, make your own boot camps, make your own training, make your own cult, whatever. We're totally cool with it. I'm not the kind of person that's like, how do I monetize your efforts? Never been like that. I'd rather our methods become the next big thing everyone uses. So I will completely support you guys building whatever you guys want out of it. if you want to train our course materials without having to make them yourself, we can develop some kind of like a license fee or something where you pay a monthly fee and then you can just use our stuff. So you don't have to make it yourself. You can like rent the materials from us. Kingdom trading. My trading style is at higher probability at certain sessions, such as New York morning. The probabilities are relatively similar off of the hedge pressures in the morning as they are in the afternoons. It's more like the level where the probability is. Yeah, I've like, I know we've created something really special, and I would love for everybody to have this as this part of their arsenal, the tool set, you know. Would I still short the pops? Not on a sector rotation day, no. Something like this, I would say, I mean, it's very possible, yes, but I would say that I close out because that felt like the exhaustion. We hit yellow line pivot. We're now above hedge pressure. I'm probably not going to trade anymore today. By choice. This doesn't look like a day that's going to V up, though. This looks like a day that's probably going to sort of slowly work its way lower. Kind of like that overnight. I don't think we're going to capsize, though, but I don't think we're going to rally off of this. It might just walk its way down a little bit. Let me double check that VIX is in a good spot. Yeah. If we fail below yellow, then it drops really, really fast. So right now, this is kind of like why I exited the trade, to kind of monitor what's going on here. Nasdaq is at that pivot. You really need to break yellow with volume, then I'll be in the mode of, yeah, shorting every pop. So if we fall below here with volume, then every pop is a short. Especially if we break through there and touch it from the bottom, that rejection is a really strong short. I'm kind of waiting for that. Does it work for London? Yes, it does. Can I guide trading methods for intraday drawdown? Majineth, it's very simple. All you need to do is base hits for intraday drawdown, 1-to-1 trades. If you're going for any more than 10 points S&P or 40 points Nasdaq, you're gonna risk taking more drawdown on your winning trades because you're trading from strike distance to strike distance in the underlying ETF. So if you're doing intraday like Apex or something, or TPT Pro, then you just want to go for base hits until you build a buffer. That's my trick for intraday. Because what sucks is if you make a lot of money and then you lose, you know, $1,000 into your drawdown while you're way up building a buffer. Build your buffer without taking a hit. Try to close as it's rallying so that you have the full drawdown for the next trade or the next day. What I'm trying to say is he's asking about like Apex or something, right? So let's say that you want to build $5,000 of buffer to where your trailing drawdown stops trailing. So you want to bring negative 5,000 to zero, right? So what you'll do is nothing works against you more than to make it all in one trade. And now you made 4,000 bucks and then you drew down 1,000. So now you net gaining 3 on the day. So you're 2 in the hole still. But the problem is you made 4 and lost 1. You're 2 in the hole. You need to make it to 0, but you're already down 1,000 bucks into your drawdown. So you have a very tight limit on the next day to make a trade to get that other 2,000 bucks. Instead, walk it up. Get your base hit, base hit, base hit. So as the trade is moving and it pops, don't let that happen before you close. And then don't bag hold it waiting for it to pop. Try your hardest in trailing drawdown to close whenever you get your run. So on S&P, it moves its 10 points. Even if it's going, I close out and I don't have any FOMO to jump back in. That'll make sure that every time you inch towards your 0 point to lock in your trailing drawdown so it stops trailing without any trail leading into tomorrow on your next trade. Try to enter every day with the fresh, full amount of your trailing drawdown. That makes sense? So trailing drawdown is all about just walking it to the finish line, base it, or YOLO it in one trade. You get no in between. So if there's no consistency, then you can brute force by getting it all in one trade. Just martingale that shit until you pass, or walking in with base hits. Both of those strategies work. I should do a trailing drawdown challenge. I should, but that's a complete waste of time, man, for me. Trading props, like, for me is something I'm doing because y'all like it, and already it's, I don't want to say it's a waste of time for me, but it's not really beneficial to me to spend a lot of time in props beyond what's necessary. If I do TPT, which would be the next prop I try to go live with, I will unfortunately have to trade trailing drawdown. I hate trailing drawdown so much. Chat will be blue soon. Everybody's gonna be a mod one of these days. You have to start behaving with all these new mods. Yeah, dude. That's right. Our boys and girls in blue, the police officers of chat. Don't piss them off. About to do our giveaway in 10 minutes. So let me tell you about some of our prop partners deals that we got going on right here. First and foremost, man, ETF is just evolving like crazy. They have so many new things. They got rid of some of the terrible things, and they got added a whole bunch of new things. I say terrible things like rule changes to the better. Love it. Got rid of some of the plans that weren't really that, you know, they weren't really that good. They added ones that were awesome. Love it. I love when firms modify to the better. ETF took all y'all's feedback, you know, and they're reworking their entire firm to really listen to what the audience and customers want. And you guys have been really satisfied with them, which is nice. So what we got going on here. Hold on, Andrew's about to put something there. There's a reset sale. $47 eval resets. Number one. There is a 65% off beginner and expert. Beginner's the static, which is my favorite account for beginners. The static account with a $2,000 drawdown is really nice for the more expensive ones. They have two new products that are pretty cool. They have an end of the day for $57 with the 10K drawdown, and they have a 10K static for $77. $700 static account, pretty cool. My Funded Futures now has daily payouts. Huge, huge, huge. The rapid plan now has the scale now has a rapid plan add-on, which allows you to get daily payouts, 100K max payout for $127 all in. It becomes if you have the add-on scale plan, it becomes a intraday drawdown, very similar to TPT. It's no longer end of the day though. Tradeify is 30% off standard fare there, as always has been. 40% off TPT, standard fare there has always been there. Futures Desk, 70% off of their statics at the end of the day. Apex is running 70% off right now. Then 70% off lifetime recurring. And those are pretty much the deals you got going. ETF and My Funded, man, they're the ones throwing big things out there all the time. Funded Next is throwing a huge party for their biggest peeps. He's texting me about it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it though. It's like in the middle of iDoc's parents being here. I'm supposed to go to BDH. I'm supposed to go to the Funded Next party. Interesting. Apex is coming. The Apex is actually sending their team to Texas. And when Apex gets here, I'm going to go have dinner with 2 folks from Apex and show them around for the night. And maybe I'll have a chat with Apex. And you guys send me a list of topics. Hoopex, Apex. So they're coming to Houston. They're coming to Houston and Texas in general. And they're coming to Houston to visit 2 people from Apex. Fastpacks, LOL. Dashboard update. Yeah, that'd be kind of nice there, right? Should you be aggressive when trying to pass an eval, Jesus? It depends on your choice of how much you're willing to spend. The more aggressive, the riskier you are, the more money you'll spend. So the real answer to that question is you decide what your budget is. I, on the eval side, trade purely hyper aggressive. I don't care about wasting money. I want to pass the eval so I don't waste time. I want to go straight to fund it as fast as possible because I know I'll make it back in the long run because I'm a good trader. If you're still struggling to pass evals, then you might not want to trade them aggressive because it might cost you a lot to get to the end. So you might want to trade them slower. It has to do with really where you are in the game. And also I trade more aggressive the cheaper they are. So if example, Apex is the example, if they had a regular, no sale, I wouldn't trade aggressively at full price. But at 90% off, I would trade very aggressive because they're dirt cheap. So those are the factors I use in making that decision. Apex still in 7 business days for payout. Do I prefer the 1 minute time frame? Boone, I don't use time frames, actually. I don't use any charting whatsoever. I don't use time frames, candles, nothing. So it doesn't matter. I leave it on the 1 minute just because I can zoom in as far as I can. But time frames don't matter in Rocket Scooter strategy. So it doesn't matter what you put here. It doesn't matter. You don't have to look at 1 hour, 5 hour, 10 hour, 2 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute charts. Most traders call themselves algorithmic traders and whatever, have that kind of nonsense, multi-time frame confluence. That's just another way to say the algo doesn't work. Because you have to look at it in 5 different angles to make an assessment, and it doesn't really do any work for you. Our style is volume prediction. It's timeless, so it doesn't matter what time, which is kind of different. So whatever time frame you are on, Rocket Scooter's got the same pivots. Good question. That's what I always sound weird. I see a bunch of like algorithmic trading salesmen selling a product that says algorithmic. But then you have to make all these discretionary choices, like look at 5 different time frames at once. That made no sense to me. If it worked, it would work. You wouldn't have to look at anything. Like, why do you have to look at 5? You know what I'm saying? That was kind of weird. Yeah, technically I can trade with no charts at all. As a matter of fact, let me memorize my levels. I can actually close the charts down and still trade if I knew my levels. I just trade from level to level. Can I get an upside down whoosh fan? Oh, you want the whoosh magnet? Okay. Why didn't you say so ahead of time? Or would you like the whoosh toilet? Because the toilet is by far the most appropriate of the flush signals. Did you guys, hey, by the way, I'm curious. Just really curious. A lot of y'all. I've been thinking about wanting to start an OnlyFans because some people have told me, and again, I'm not gonna tell you who told me this, but some people have told me that I've got a really big P&L. And let me whip it out for you so I can show you. It's really big. You mind whipping it out for me too? Show me what you got. Curious. Here's what I raked in today. These are the fund and next accounts. The bottom 4 here, eval, these are sit outs. That's the, oh, I need to update this. 2100 in the real challenge. So guys, whip out that P&L for me. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what you got. Don't be shy. We're all friends here. Guys, girls have them too. It's not just a guy thing. 13,000, Ryan. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy God. Nice job, nice job, nice job. I've been told it's really big. And I've got small hands too, so I dispel that theory. You can have a big P&L with small hands. Seriously. All right, let's find the toilet emoji. I feel like if somebody were to clip that literal last minute of me talking, they're gonna be like, what the fuck do you guys do on that stream? The guy's asking you to show him your P&L, and then he wraps it up with, let's find the toilet emoji. What do they do on this channel? This is the 3rd place team in the world right now in the competition. We're gonna flush it down to liquidity pocket. There we go. Let's draw it. Now, let's talk about today's day. I don't think we're going to flush that hard quickly. Yellow line is going to be a very strong support. If we break, which is the 3 lines, it's going to fall pretty hard. But the problem is you've got strong support there. You've got strong support there. You have strong, very strong support at both of these places. So the hard's going to be really hard to believe that it flushes through all of this. But it can. It's just going to work its way harder. The probability is more likely to stay here. Less likely to lose bull zone. You guys are pretty good today. So it's got strong support, strong support, strong support to make it any lower than this. All of these are really strong supports. This is also strong. You have hedge pressure and bear zone top. All strong bounce potentials. So in all honesty, I know the flush toilet is down here, but it's a fight. Like, that's why I sort of like exited my shorts down in here, because now we're sort of like bumping into somewhere in here is likely where it's going to bounce. Now, if it does flush through this, it'd probably be another risk interval from the start to about 200 points lower, about 379, which puts us right about here for the second risk interval bounce. If this is the flush point, we go down to 370, 379, 375 right here, which is that strong pivot. So the issue is it's got nothing but support on the way down. Wow, you guys did really good today. Your P&L is tired. That's okay. As we get older, sometimes it just gets tired. Sometimes it doesn't want to do what you want it to do. Where did I enter my shorts? Right here at the bounce. So when the market did this and we bounced to there and resilience was negative, I just loaded up on shorts exactly here. And then on the random challenge account, it allowed me to enter my short right at 44, which was here. I couldn't spam the short button fast enough. Right here. And then I closed out right there. You guys did good today. Nice job. Why don't I trade YM? I don't know. I'm just so accustomed to trading S&P and Nasdaq. YM's not a fully representative index. It's just a couple of companies in each sector. Same as the Nasdaq. It doesn't represent the whole index, so it's a little harder to trade, a little spottier. No reason not to. Just one more thing to manage. Thoughts about ES? ES, in a similar sense, is below its close price. This is resistance today. This is also resistance. There's no support on S&P until here. That's the problem. So 68.15 at the bottom. 68.72 is resistance. This could be a chain reaction to keep selling. If this white line here goes above 0, then it could rally. That's why I keep an eye on these resilience number, which is letting me know if the stocks are filling their gap or not. Yeah. Everyone on this planet has a huge P&L. Oh, that's true. I've seen a lot of them in my day. I see hundreds of P&Ls a day. It's crazy. How many new song submissions? It looks like we have a bunch of them. All right. Sir Darb with the pocket full of greenbacks. Dude, I'm loving the country style, man. Hell yeah. The different colors of resilience. Yeah, sure. They're tiebreakers at the different colors of the lines. So here, right here. The white is white. The blue is blue. And the yellow is yellow. Tiebreakers. So now that we're interacting with the white, I'm gonna look at the white line to see where it is. When we follow the blue, I'm gonna look at the blue line to see where it is. When we follow the yellow, I'll look at the yellow line to see where it is. So they're all just consolidated. They're the tiebreakers at each one of these things. And the confluence is actually translated to plain English by writing the words resistance and support for you to let you know what the algo is telling you about those levels. Have I ignored iDoc for some P&L? I have. I feel like I spend more time chasing P&L than I do hanging out with my girlfriend these last 2 months. That trading contest, man, where everybody in the world got to see my P&L. That was very important. You don't mind mid-sized P&Ls? Yeah, slow and steady, man. You know, it's about how you grow it in reality. Grow. Show her. Pause. LOL. We're gonna be a Wall Street stream without hundreds of dick jokes. You know, leaked. This is a good song, man. I like this one. Random HP to the downside, bouncing up the yellow line 3 or 4 times. This could be an intermediate pause before a second flush. My target would be 372. Anticipating if we flush from here, that is about 1 risk interval lower. So if this is a flush, this is the middle of it. Pocket full of greenbacks. Hell yeah. Don't blow your load in one trade. No, never, never. It's not about the size of P&L. It's how you compound it. There you go. You came over after seeing my big P&L and PW's contest. I can see why. It was pretty big. I'd be impressed just to check it out. Doesn't look like much now, but give it some time. LOL. You showed your mom your P&L. She was very proud. It's good when your mom is proud of your P&L. What's going on in the chat? You've been known to blow your account in just a few quick trades. Oh my god. Y'all are too much sometimes. It's getting weird in here. That's the way we like it. Strong pivots here, here, and here. So the problem is that when I get to my trade this afternoon, I might be down in here to have to make a decision. Actually, numbers in motion, destiny crown. Fortune in sight, never chase the flame. Patience, the weapon, control the game. From calm to chaos, charts untamed. Every win earned, every risk reclaimed. Sometimes I'll short off of the redistribution zone, which is the white box, the lines in the white box. But it is like, we consider it like 60-40. It's slightly better than a coin flip. It's still valid, but it's not taught as a strong short. It is one of your pivots you can take, but it's not on your strong pivots list. We've since we have so many things that are like 90 and 80%, we've since rolled out 60s as being viable. Used to be great, but now with everything we have being 80s and 90s, 60s just weren't strong enough. we aim for the higher.
Yeah. Gamma, king of retro calls, draws the perfect order flow after the market fall.
Oh my God, you guys.
You know, sir, this is a kitty goes if James Folks in chains.
The resilience line, it's a gap fill predictor. What it does is it looks at every stock in the index relative to its open and close. And wherever the stock is inside of this box adds to resilience. Outside of the box, it's not added. So if the stock, or it's not changing, it's considering, are you above half gap or below half gap, and how far away, and how close you are to filling the gap here. So an example, if Nvidia and every other stock were sitting right in the middle of their gap, they gapped up and traced right back to the middle, then resilience would be at 0. If 500 companies in the S&P Somebody wrote a Gamma song. Y'all are funny. Fade into the night. Your ghost trades don't pay margin and your tails out of sight. To the moon, hey, maybe, but on your ship, not his. Trade your plan, not his tweets. That's a trader's genesis. And if you see Gamma in the comments, never chat. The songs are so meta in this chat. People write a song by the end of the day. Like, oh, Matt just spit out water on accident while eating his breakfast. Oh, Matt's got a stain on his shirt today. What a loser. Matt picked his nose 10 minutes ago. All right. Y'all are too much. Okay. If one stock were to move off a half gap, say Nvidia was to move to there and every other stock was at 0, then resilience would be 100. Well, without... imagine you don't know anything there. It wouldn't be 100, but just pretend it'll be 100. It's scaled to be as maximum as it can go. The idea is what it's actually trying to do is it's trying to guess what the stocks are doing. Are the stocks gapping and going or gapping and fading? What will the index do? And so the example is if all the stocks are flat and Nvidia moved just a little tiny bit, what resilience actually does is it looks for the rest of the distance to fill the gap. Nvidia moved up $1. Actually, it's got $1 more to go. So if I add that extra $1 more to go, we call it the implied value, and then we create a new value for the S&P. Every stock you snap your finger fills its gap depending on what side of the middle it's on. Then that extra distance it travels, we recalculate the S&P based on what the S&P will be if every stock fills its gap. And that creates what we call the implied S&P. And then it's all market cap weighted. So we compare the actual S&P to the implied S&P. If the actual S&P is below the implied, then resilience will be above 0, which means the S&P is lagging behind what the stock's potential can be, and therefore it can predict as a leading indicator if the S&P is going to fill the gap or not. You like that? It's designed to be an inferential indicator to guess what the stocks will do based on the fun fact of if the stocks are in the middle, they move just a little bit, you know that they need to move that far. And if the S&P hasn't moved yet, then there's arbitrage opportunity. The S&P is likely to get ahead of that to match that level, and therefore resilience is the strength of how far above or below the implied value, the actual value of the S&P is. YouTube updated something, man. I didn't change anything. So in a long story short, it's a gap fill predictor, and it uses arbitrage between the actual S&P value versus the implied value to determine if the S&P is lagging behind what the stock's potential will be. The potential is the important part of that sentence. It's not what the stocks are now. The S&P tracks on par with what the stocks are now. It's what the stocks likely can be. And then there's some math built into it to where, like, basically there's a transform built on top of this that allows the market to be sensitive, or the indicator to be sensitive at the middle. So an example is if every stock was down here, right? And the S&P was lagging behind, and resilience is negative 100, like pegged out on the downside. And if NVIDIA were just to move like through here, right, to fill the gap, and every stock was flat, resilience would actually be sitting at minus 100. And it would sort of like, now pretend it's on the same plane I'm drawing this, right? NVIDIA would move like this, and then resilience will like affect like that to whatever its new value is. I don't know, minus 80 or something. So the idea is, as the stock is moving through the half gap, resilience accelerates the most at the middle and decelerates on the edge. That way, if NVIDIA keeps going forever, resilience doesn't keep going up. It only cares about what's going on in the middle. So as stocks like jump over the middle line, you'll see resilience be very choppy sometimes because it's designed to be sensitive right at that kind of like middle of that seesaw, just to see which way the stocks are tilting left or right. The middle is very important. So this sort of mathematical adjustment allows resilience to just be sensitive here in the middle. That way, it's not like a breadth indicator that just goes up when stocks go up. It really just goes up when stocks go up right here, and nowhere else does it really care. It's limiting. If like you see how the market's crashing and resilience is barely moving, that's the whole point. You see that? As an example is right now the market's completely dumping and resilience has barely moved. Like from 9:48 until maybe like 10:08, like the last 30 minutes, resilience has just barely moved because we're losing just a few more stocks in the middle. But it's not like it's dumping because the stocks are going down. You can see that. It's relatively flat all morning at negative 50, negative 60, negative 60, negative 60 while the market's dumping. And that's how you know it's a good indicator. It's not just following the market. It's telling you the state of the market in the particular area between the two imbalances. The open imbalance and close imbalance creates a high liquid spot in the middle. So it's really analyzing the liquidity of the entire index and the components in the index itself. But the implied value is the secret to resilience. It allows resilience to be a leading indicator. Very few indicators can be leading because they're actually analyzing price, and therefore they're at best delayed, right? All your indicators, moving averages, VWAPs, are always delayed. The market's gonna move before your indicators catch up because they're reading price. Ours is not reading price, it's guessing what price will be in the future. And therefore, it makes an inference towards the future before you get there. Therefore, it's pretty much one of the world's only leading indicators. It's a brilliant technique. When we were rallying on the index right here, this was worth $30,000 to me today. We were rallying right here and resilience was negative. Does everybody in chat see that? The white line right here. Y'all see that? Well, let me actually move it up higher so you can see it a little better. Y'all see that? Let me make it bigger so you can see it. Everyone see it? Chat. We bumped into the top of the box, and at that moment in time, resilience was dying out. That's exactly what resilience is designed to do. So the S&P was moving higher while the stocks were filling their gap to the downside. Resilience showed you the net market cap weighted sum of that, and therefore, as we were bouncing there, I jumped in on the short to fill the gap. And that's the trade you usually will make. So it's a bias or a flux indicator through this dashed line. It basically just tells you, is that dash line resistance or that dash line support? And just basically being above or below zero is really it. And the fact that it's below zero, you can see the algo flags the middle as resistance and just writes the word resistance for you there. Am I long? No, I shorted today and I'm flat. Yes.
Hi.
Come on. I'm really sorry for spending most of my time chasing P&Ls and spending time with my girlfriend. I've been looking at...
Wait, whose P&Ls are you looking at?
I've been looking at a lot of P&Ls the last 2 months.
What? Whose P&L are you looking at?
I know. I've been ignoring my girlfriend for a bunch of P&L.
Yeah. But is it big? Is it good?
Oh,
Is it...
I only look at big ones, yeah.
Do you look at their feet?
No.
Before you look at their P&L or their hands? Or
I don't. No. I don't. What's up? You going to Pilates?
I already did.
Cool. How was it?
I tried was it coach and training classes?
Dude, look at that flex. Dude, you got the rib right. The rib. Nice.
Woo! This
Dang, dude, I better get into some Pilates, man. I have the same ridges, but they're on this side.
Wait, what? How are they on this side?
I have the same lumps, yeah. But they're on the sides.
They're just distributed differently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna I have a lunch meeting with Krishna at 12.
Okay.
And then I'm meeting my mom and my dad in the Galleria and taking them shopping.
What time?
At 2.
Yeah, I might come.
You wanna come?
Yeah.
You'd have to take your own car. Is that okay?
Mhm.
Okay. 2 o'clock.
Cool.
They want New Balance shoes. You wanna buy them New Balance shoes?
New Balance shoes?
Yeah, my dad wants New Balance shoes, and my mom wants the shoe that I have, and I want to buy a second pair of the one I have.
Where do you get New Balance shoes from?
At the New Balance store or Dick's.
Dick's? What is Dick's?
At Dick's.
Sporting goods?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I should have said Richard. At Richard's.
And Richard's. Dick's Sporting Goods. Oh, cool. I might join you guys. That sounds fun.
Grow up. You grow up. You're no fun.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll go to Dick's, or maybe there's a New Balance store in the mall.
Okay.
Close by. We'd love for you to come. Because what I'm going to do is drop my car off for a car wash somewhere in the Galleria, and then Mom's going to pick me up. Dang! Those balloons inside are going to be the last ones to deflate.
They're still floating, man.
Yeah.
I've never seen helium balloons last that long.
Well, I always get the best for my babesies.
I'm going to leave them there until they stop floating. And
then I'll get you, what is it, 2K? Once you hit 2K, I'll get you 2K balloons.
How much you want to bet they stay there until my next birthday?
Oh, it's not going to happen.
What if it does happen?
No, it won't, because in 1 month, it already deflated about 40%, so...
Yeah, but the diffusivity is a function of the pressure, and the pressure is less on the inside. So
it's gonna go slower.
It'll have a slower molecular flux through the orifice.
Yeah, but then I don't know if those balloons on the inside float without the balloon.
I don't think they float. I think they're full of just regular air.
They're actually they're helium. They inflated with the same thing.
They did?
Yeah. There's 2 little.
Why are they not floating? Oh, they're not float. Oh, you know why they're not floating?
Because they're tied down. No. In that thing.
Even if they weren't tied down, they still wouldn't float inside of that.
The pressure inside of the balloon.
Close.
The ecosystem around it.
Close.
No, let me think this. Let me think this through. Hold on. Shh.
There's a word.
So what does it start with?
Can't tell you because it'll give it away.
Equilibrium? No. Chat, no.
So
you tell me.
Helium balloons inside of another helium balloon. Why the helium balloons don't float inside of the helium balloon that they're in?
Because the pressure outside is the same thing as the pressure inside.
Not pressure.
The pressure out leaving? No.
There's
the
a
pressure
word.
against, it's not pressure, it's the diffusion.
That begins with the D.
Dick. I'm just kidding. Grow up. Shut up. The differential
density.
The
density of the helium around the balloons on the outside is the same as the density of the helium inside the balloon. So therefore, there's no buoyancy. I used to teach fluid dynamics at the University of Houston.
Oh my god!
I get to sometimes pretend that I'm smart again.
D's nuts.
D's nuts. That's what it actually is.
Girth of the helium.
That was the class I taught.
Yeah. Why do we have a toilet now?
Flush.
What?
I spent a whole solid minute talking about P&Ls and I drew flush emojis. I really work, okay? I know you don't know what I do up here. I promise I really work. Yeah. Helium is equally as light as the helium, it turns out.
A biologist and a chemist physicist? Did I speak like a biologist?
Let's go long. What was your undergrad in?
Nutrition.
Oh, yeah.
Nutrition, and I still eat like crap. I have no idea why. I got a nutrition degree. I have like really low attention span. In the span of my 34 years, I've had 3 different careers that all needed actual certifications and schooling.
That's funny. So, are you gonna be here till lunch?
No, I'm gonna shower and then walk pickle.
We gotta do we're gonna do the giveaway now, you guys. I forgot all about it. We gotta do giveaway. So yeah, the reason the balloons don't float is because the actual material weighs it down inside the bigger balloon. So it's the weight of the item. Because the density being the same, you have to offset, like you have buoyancy, right? You have the weight of the balloon pulling it down, like the material of the balloon pulling it down. But the buoyancy, because of the two differences in densities, lifts it up. So you need the buoyancy to be enough to offset, or the difference in density be enough to offset the weight pulling it down, which is gravity pulling down the plastic of the balloon.
Nerd.
Shut the fuck up.
Nerd.
Shut up. Every once in a while, I get to. If I don't use it, I'm gonna lose it, man. Although in outer space, the balloons will just be wherever they are. They'll kind of like just hang out in the middle, wherever they are. Yeah.
Totally lost, says Chase.
As a matter of fact, because of the law of conservation of momentum, if you have the balloon inside of the balloon and it's perfectly in the center, and you push the exterior balloon, it won't move against the balloon on the inside. They will all move together because that momentum is conserved inside the system.
So just keep moving forever until it
well,
hits something?
It will move on its own accord inside of the system. So when you're pushing, it pushes the air, the helium on the inside, which will also push the balloon on the inside.
Oh, so in space, it will just keep traveling?
Yeah, it won't bounce off. Like if you shake it, it'll move with you.
Okay.
Just like if you jump on a bus, you conserve the momentum.
Is he trying to impress IDOC again?
That's how I got her on the first date. Actually, I got you on the first date talking about Legend of Zelda.
Yeah, that wasn't nerdy. That was just dorky.
Yeah.
But then I was like, yeah, me too.
Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good day. Have fun.
So are you might? Maybe not might?
Probably, yeah.
I'll text you around 2 where I'm at. But
oh, no, I can't. I have to make a trade at 2.
Are you serious?
I just remembered the random challenge chose 2 for me. The gods have chosen a trade at 2.
How about 2:30? I'm not meeting until 2:30.
I'll catch up with you guys when market closes.
Okay. The reason why I ask is I'm asking for your credit card.
You throw that away?
What?
Because when you throw it away, my wallet is right by the trash can.
Okay, yay!
Have fun.
Thank you.
See you later.
Bye. That's the only reason why I'm in here. Okay, bye.
Later. Where was that other song that I liked that he wrote? There's a lot of really good songs. Let me see if I can find it. Was this the one? Oh, I like this one a lot. She's talking me for the wallet. Oh, always.
Trapped in a cage, the 9 to 5 away. Prop for my freedom, I'm sealing my fate. Rocket scooters call alike.
That's girls for you, bro. That's all it is. It don't matter. It don't matter if they don't have a job, they have a job. She's a doctor. She's still asking for my wallet. She does totally fine on her own. She's like, she does it because you think it's cute. All right, so today we're doing a giveaway, Elite Trader funding. Starting off, did we hit our target? Peak 1482. Oh my God, we were like 18 viewers off. There's a bigger giveaway.
Shots crackle a lava rhythm in my veins. Every move's a pulse breaking the chains. Steady on the path, I trust the flow. One step closer where dreams overflow.
One payout shivers when days are war. A steady beat.
Today we'll be doing a giveaway of the ETF 10K end of the day drawdown account. Fast track end of the day 10K. $57 all in. Nice value program they have for people that are on a budget. Really nice to get into the prop space. 57 bucks. Giveaway, just type in the letters ETF and then you enter into the giveaway.
My spirit takes flight.
One step at a time. No chains can bind, I'm forging my soul.
From the grind to glory, I take control.
Rocket scooters file, my spirit's unbound. One step at a time, one step at a time, I'm heavenward bound. One step at a time, my heart's aflame. Rocket scooter guys, I claim my name.
How are we doing on Tradeify? I know it's kind of like getting towards the last week of the contest. People are sort of like just holding on tight. We have at least 70-something people advancing. Holy crap. After the cutoffs, we have about 70 traders advancing. That's fantastic. Type in ETF in chat to enter the drawing. Can you guys believe that? Look at this. 70 traders advancing. Fortunately, I didn't get there. But in contests like this, the goal is if you're not first, you're last sort of thing. And I just got chopped up and used my resets and then just spent my time coaching you guys. That was my goal. But with these kind of accounts, you know, essentially the goal is you got to get on the leaderboard, and sometimes the luck just doesn't roll in your favor. Those 3 days of selling broke my strong long pivots all 3 times. And that just happens. I was never able to build a buffer to get up to the big 5 contract push to get out of the 10K hole. But that's great to see all of you guys getting there. But I'm live with Tradeify anyways, like it even matters. So I'll be joining you guys at the end. So we've got top 20 all advancing, top 40 all advancing, top 60 all advancing, and people are right on the edge. Very cool. I wonder how many people from all the other teams are advancing. So many Rips have going. Rips has 60 advancing, 80 advancing. So they have about 90 people advancing over there. Oops. So how many Max is doing? I'm completely proud of you guys having like 70 people advancing, which is great. We'll see how the last of the end of the tournament turns out. And that's advancing to the next round. That's not the top 200, by the way. That's just people that are making the cut now. Damn, Max has 100 people advancing. But then again, though, it's a little kind of misnomer because as long as you've made $4, apparently you're advancing. So I guess that's not really that great of a gauge of overall. Just like even one trade, you're still advancing so far. That's how many people blew up in the accounts. Isn't that crazy? These prop accounts, though, are really, 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 really tight on those drawdowns. All right. Dude, that song is so cool. I'm going to hear it again. This is for a 10K end of the day drawdown account. It's really cool. End of the day is usually expensive, but they have a product that's now cheaper than My Funded Futures and cheaper than Funded Next for end of the day drawdown, which is nice. They just released it this last week. So y'all let me know how you guys like it. So I'll do the random trading a challenge for like a month, just to show what a month looks like. Tony Lanes, you're the first winner. Congrats, Tony. And I'll give you guys the next giveaway anyways, even though we didn't hit our viewer target. But next time, let's hit it. We were 18 people off.
Steady on the path, I trust the flow. One step closer where dreams overflow.
One payout shivers when days are war. A steady beat rises from the floor.
It's not letting me print my P&L curve again, man. Tradeify is so jacked sometimes. I mean, Tradeify is jacked sometimes. I always get those words confused. All right, guys, we're going to do our My Funded Future scale account. Give away 5 of those. Remember, I won the BDH tournament, and I bought $10,000 worth of accounts with My Funded Futures to give to you guys. It's not letting me print my P&L report. It like freezes when I try to do it. Tradeify sucks. Well, I'm trying to print the P&L curve for you guys. I'll do it later. All right. Sorry, My Funded Futures, MFF. Type it again now. Type it again now.
One step at a time, my heart's aflame. Rocket spoon, dirt guys, I claim my name.
My spirit takes flight.
One step at a time, I own the night.
One step, one trade, one passport.
A little red green rescue candle there. Man, that song is epic. It sounds like a song like somebody would sing, like American Idol on the finals, like the final 6 singers all get together and sing like some epic medley. Well, hello, Rescue Candle at Bull Zone Bottom. Like I told you, these are all still strong supports down here. I don't know why I didn't grab it, though. I probably should have grabbed it.
NASDAQ blues. Well, the bulls were bucking wild on Wall Street's floor. NASDAQ hit the moon screaming.
I'm gonna put that back on here for y'all to see. That's what I did earlier.
Tech bros in Stetson sipping crypto shine. Thought they'd ride that rocket
Not
till
bad,
the
right?
end of time. Yeehaw, ride 'em high, ride 'em proud till the bear comes roaring.
That was some earlier.
Thundercloud, clippity-clop.
Did you guys long Bull Zone Bottom? I didn't touch it. I'm too busy talking to iDoc and chilling with you guys. M. Dot is first winner.
Elon's tweeting memes, Dozy howling loud. Kathy's lassoed star spinning round the crowd.
You grabbed it for me. Awesome, awesome, awesome.
The feds are bronc that don't take kindly
Pretty strong little bouncer. M. Dot.
One rate hike buck and his goodbye gains. Yeehaw, giddy up, then eat the dust. From all-time high to all heck I'm bust. 8-second glory. then
Congrats,
the
M.
buzzers
Dot.
are gone. Now
Tony Lanes, M. Dot. We got 4 more to give away. My Fun of Futures 50K scale. Also, the Flex add-on
haters praying to the
allows you to get daily payouts, which is pretty dope on the scale plan.
Lord, let Gamma squeeze us out.
MFFU going the route of take profit.
But the algo stampede like a herd gone mad. Short squeeze and dreams turn to margin call sad. Now the clown barrel's rolling its pal in the makeup. Inflation's the bull with the devil's own shake-up. Your 41's a steer that's been
Diva.
tied. From green to red faster than a coyote stride.
Congrats, Diva.
Oh, that's the rodeo way. You rope the highs, then you pay and you pay. NASDAQ's 8-second ride.
Y'all let me know how you like the new scale plan, the add-on, and the new ETF account. I'm getting a lot of positive feedback from all of our partner giveaways. Somebody posted the other day that they made like 60K of payouts from the account they won on the stream. Eric L _ Eric L wanted to make his L slightly longer, so he had an underscore. Eric L is the winner. Type something in chat. I forgot we had 2 songs for Farina. Forgot that we had these. Eric L. L for long.
I think about you in the night and the day. Please listen to what I have to say. Oh, Farina, will you go out with me?
Future's Desk is now close to go to. Dude, I know, man. I'm excited to like build a good relationship with those guys and work closer with them. I'm trying to schedule a meeting with them. Dan says 7225 and you're losing a top sip accounts today funded. Bro, holy shit, Dan. Did you short? Yeah, but I mean, who cares about that, dude? Like, how much did you make in the Tradeify competition? That's the important stat. 'Cause if you didn't make 0 in that, I'd be disappointed. That's the real stat of greatness. MS, Mrs. Or Ms. The song says, Farina, will you go out with me? Remember that, like, the one time somebody, I don't know what made us write songs for Farina. I think she had a good day or something, so 2 people wrote a song about it. They were like 1950s doo-woppy sort of songs. That's awesome. That's an awesome P&L today, Dan, by the way. It's kick-ass. She passed her eval. Oh, that's right. That was her first payout. Hey, when you're a model on the channel, your iDoc, your Farina, you now become a figure in the community. They're gonna write songs about you. One of you guys' songs, though, got my channel flagged for copyright strike. So one of you guys must have plagiarized some other song, or maybe the AI was just too close to something else. But one of y'all's songs yesterday got me a copyright strike. Interesting. But all I had to do was remove the segment from the channel, which was fine. No big deal. It's just a mild slap on the wrist. You just trim it out. It was one of the songs that was not you guys that I played today. It was one of the Mega Man-y sounding songs. It probably just sounded too similar. It was one of the ones that was like, I can find it real quick. Nandy FX. It was one of Red Biff's songs. And don't remember which one it was. Now again, sometimes it's an accident. Like sometimes AI just gets it wrong. It was like one of these. No, not that one. But I'm sure he didn't plagiarize anything. I'm sure AI just sort of hears similarities because it's AI. Congrats to the 6 winners. Congratulations, you. Looks like how many more do we have left here to go? That's 5. All right, congrats. We're done. All right, the winners. You have some instructions. You need to go to my Discord. Link is in the description below. You need to go to the contest channel. You need to locate an admin named Slacks. You need to send him a message and let him know you won the contest. Take a screenshot of your YouTube ID. Have an account with ETF. Have an account with My Fun and Futures already. Give him that email. He'll give you instructions on how to claim your prize. And that's it. Trying to find out which song it was. It was a good song too. It's one of the ones that was like Dance Dance Revolution sounding. Was this the one? No, it's not the one. The anime theme. It was one of the anime sounding ones. Yeah, I got to check my Discord messages. I'm so far behind. It's been crazy. But I will get to it, I promise. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay. We did bounce up a bull zone, like as expected for these strong pivots, and it's sort of trying to reject or kind of play this tight area here. It's hard to make a trade on this, and I really just want to kind of sit back and chill and wait. I got to catch up on some emails while I'm sitting here. I'm sort of organizing my inbox. I have so many emails. I catch up to all y'all's Discord comments and conversations today too. Do not be scared. 337 now, Austin. Hell yeah, dude. Congrats, congrats. Do I trade order flow or retail, and also are you funded? Christy? Yeah, not only am I funded, I'm live with the ETF. I'm live with my funded futures. I'm now live with Tradeify. I'm trading a $100,000 real account on the stream at the top right. That's 100,000 of my real dollars, and that's the account number on the screen there. Yeah. I trade using the Rocket Seer. It's a brand new technique. It's gamma exposure. Am I finished trading? No. There's just, in reality, I'm just kind of letting this settle out. The big selling pressure, I want to see what it ultimately ends up doing. I don't believe that we're going to rally from here. I think that was probably it. I think we're going to spend a lot of time just sort of dancing here for the rest of the day. I don't think we're going to sell off. I don't think we're going to rally. I think we're stuck. It's probably the case. There's probably not anything going to happen. How do I collect data for my strategy? I invented it piece by piece as time went by. The data that we have mostly has come from my own innovations through researching and trying to figure out how the Globex works. And then getting inspired by one of our members that was an options trader to look into the math of options. And then just the math immediately made sense to me when I looked at it. And so it was just a math problem at that point. How fast does FundedX pay? Within 24 hours. If FundedX doesn't pay you within 24 hours, they give you a $1,000 bonus for being late. If you chose the wrong contract and they failed your funded, it may be that they didn't fail your funded. Maybe you failed it because when you open the contract, the bid ask is such that the value of your P&L is based on the bid. If you say you buy and the bid ask spread is like 100 ticks, your immediate P&L is the distance between the bid ask, even if the last trade hasn't even moved. So if you trade a future contract, like a forward month, a year out or 2 years out or whatever, the bid ask will be big enough that the minute you open the contract, you fail. Not that they fail you, but you fail. Unless there's rules that don't allow you to trade that contract, then maybe if it's stated. If it's not stated, likely you just failed. I accidentally failed a bunch in Apex when I first started using Apex with that very thing. Like I typed in, you know, Z6 instead of Z5, and then I open and immediately blow up the account. And you fail it immediately, yeah. You lost 70 bucks? Oh, well then that might be a rule they have. Then you might want to check that out. DD bands will, it's 88% of days will stay in between the two green bands. Only 8% of days close below and 4% of days close above. That's the stats of the green bands. Last night I had an inbox with 10,000 unorganized, unread messages. Now I'm down to 2,000. You have not tried any funded broker. I use AMP as far as brokers go, and AMP is really good. Most futures brokers are pretty good. People here use AMP, Iron Beam, Edge Clear. Oops. So between yesterday and today, I need a new system on organizing stuff so I don't miss out on you guys' important messages and stuff. I need like 2 assistants. I get so far behind on everything. Now I'm trying to organize my inbox to like automate some of this. That way everything lines up in a folder. I get customers. Because now that like in the affiliate space, dude, I get like hundreds of pitches a month, I swear, for like, hey, we want to talk to you about this. We want to meet with you about this. And it's just like, so my inbox just goes crazy. Ooh, Bull's on bottom here. What model Tom Fords do I have on? Yeah, let me tell you. These are like my favorite glasses I ever had. Let me see what they are. I have one pair of Tom Ford sunglasses I really like, and I have one pair of, or 2 pairs of these glasses, the same ones here. They are glasses for men. Let me click it on the site. I don't even know if this is the website. I just picked a random website. Let's see if I can find them. I think these are the ones right here. Yeah. The T. I think that's the one right there. I think that's it. Let me double check. That is it. They're kind of like... Actually, mine are black on the sides. So this isn't exactly the one I have. The one I have is black on the sides. This one looks a little clear on the sides. Hold on. Nope, that's not the one. That's not the one. It's exactly this one, but mine is like the kind of translucent on the front and then black on the sides. So let me see if they have a different color. Hold on. Oh, black. Here we go. Nope, that's not it either. Forget that I typed that. Let me go back and look. Find it. It looks like this one though. Just black on the side. FT 5696. We got some eye doctors in the house here. Let's see. FT 5696. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see what they got here. Dude, every website trying to sell me something. No, thank you. How do I filter? Oops. Let's see what we have here. All right. I think this is it right here. I think that's the one. Stop offering me coupons. I think this is the one right here. Yep, that's the one right here. Black on the side, clear on the front. This is the guy right here. Here it is. Clear on the front, black on the side. $235 US dollars. They weren't $235. They were like $500 when I bought them. With like the coating on the lens and the insurance plan and all that, I remember paying like close to like $400 or $500 with it. 10th stream of income? Gino? Heck yeah, dude. Let's go. Yeah. That's just the frame, dude. That's not the lenses and all the shit that comes with it. I paid over $1,000 to get 2 pairs of glasses for sure. Plus the insurance and all that. My Black Friday sale is until the 28th. Yeah, Rocket Scooter is $1,500 off of lifetime until the end of the month. Yes, sir. Res is so bad on NASIC, it is, yeah. I don't think today is going to be the day where we get a proper bounce. Is the blue line support even when res is negative? Yeah, the blue line has its own res, right? So it's blue line has its own resilience. So when we're there, it's negative, so it's less probable of a bounce, yeah. Dude, I've got hundreds of emails, I swear, for you guys. I need to catch up on hundreds. It's literally, this project got way over my head. This backyard project we were doing. Is I looking bullish for the end of the day? Not today. Nasdaq is losing a key resistance pivot today. Yeah, it's hard to say, man. About popping a couple more evals to the short side on the next bounce. Just evals, nothing serious. We gotta give away some boot camps today before I get out of here as well, so don't let me forget. It's a donation we had earlier. Jimbo, donating some booty for 99 cents. Hell yeah, man. Appreciate that. I've managed to organize close to 8,000 of my emails that were unread this last year or so. And then create filters and organizations. That way I have like hours of less work per day to do. I'm gonna try to do that while I'm sitting here. That's important. That's important. Yeah, please update on S&P. Nothing. There's no update. There's no trade right now. The market's going to be stuck down here at the bottom, I feel. Bum, 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 bum. I'm gonna short a few evals though on this pop. Just because. Just evals. My task this week for you guys is to get the is to test the data for the automated overnight calculations. That's what I got to go through like a month of test data. So I got to block some time this week to go over that, go through the audition tapes. It'll be a busy week. So my first thought is let me organize everything first. Earnings over. There's still some earnings going on. Perfect. Okay. I shorted some evals right now, just Nasdaq evals off of this little green pop right there. Just, I don't know, to get 40 points. In reality, it's just continuing to just play the direction, short the pops. That's what I've been doing. You go down to the 450s? Yeah, probably so. Yeah, probably so. Let me try to refresh the platform. I'm gonna do the P&L curve, see how I can see it. Like, why Tradeify doesn't print P&L curves, I don't know. It, like, freezes. Let's try to whip it out. Who knows? So buggy. How to get data subscription for Rocket Scooter? Yeah, just go. If you go to our tech support, they'll help you. There's a tech support channel in Discord. The Apex guys from Austin. That I'm not sure. The team that's coming to visit is not from Austin. They're their the sales team. They're global. So I think maybe they're from maybe the headquarters in Austin. I'm not sure. Paul Ramirez said, "Hey, let's have a contest. We guess what day the balloons hit the floor." Yeah, let's see. Right. I wonder how long I should keep them up there. They're still hanging in there like a champ. Or from Austin? Okay, cool. Yeah, from 4/20/2026. That sounds right. Why the fuck are we going up now? Are we going up? The market's just chopping. Like it's resistance and strength all together. I don't think we're gonna go up or go down. Any chance Nasdaq returns to yesterday's cash session highs today? Probably not today. No, today we're stuck at the lows, probably going lower. Yeah, I don't see a bounce today. No. All right, guys, we have. I don't know how much was donated to the stream because it was in British pounds and I'm too lazy to do the conversion. But I'll ask you guys if you can do it for me. We have a trend here where people are donating boot camps. Is it 40 bucks? Excellent. So I'm going to donate 10 to go with it. So 10 total. All right. If you have not taken the Rocket Scooter boot camp, type in free class. Don't type in free glass. Don't type in freak ass, as most people tend to do, but type in free class. If you've never taken our boot camp, we starting it back up again in January. You'll get your access to your first month for free, which will let you to take all the classes at least once. We're going to draw 10 names. Thank you for the donation today. Last boot camp, I think we gave away 240 seats for free. So thank you, Stefan. $100,000 in payouts, donated 40 bucks back to the stream to pay for y'all's education. Strangers, that's what I love about this chat, this community. I love it. All right, type in free class, and then I'll be right back. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Blintoff. Oh, shoot. Freak ass. All right. Choose 4 more. Thank you very much for your donation, Jay. Really appreciate that. People here have made a tradition of buying boot camp for strangers here. So they're buying your education for you, by the way. Really much appreciate your donation, Jay. I'll match your donation with $60 myself and give away 3 more. Blintoff, These Days, Machado, QB Soul, $8.99. Ravi Kiran, Tony Linez, Linda. Oh, Tony, today's your day, dude. You won one of the giveaways today as well. Nice. Linda Oyudiran, Mike Hassan, Roa Trades, Groot W. Azul, Charles M. Kyrgyz Sports Holding, and Jordan Harris. Congrats. Can you join even though you took it a while ago? Not the giveaway. It's for like first timers only, but you can always join the bootcamp again. Congrats. Bootcamp will start up in January. Do them roughly every 2 months. It's a 17-day crash course in all things day trading, trend identification, risk and position management strategies. Most of the stuff I'm doing in this random account challenge you see on the screen is taught in that everything is taught in that bootcamp. So people have called it life-changing. People are, you know, somebody today said they got their first $100,000 in payouts from Funded Next after going through the boot camp. The people that have gone through the boot camp, the videos in January are going to be all new recordings, all of them, re-recording the entire thing for the final iteration of boot camp. How do you get my chart setting? What do you mean? Everything here is automated for the most part. Liquidity map should automatically load up on your screen when you first load up the platform, and resilient should load up on the platform. If you need multiple windows, click this button right here. You can arrange it however you want. And then the side panels allow you to add like watch lists and things like that here. The new videos will be essentially, basically, as the platform has evolved and the strategies to become different, slightly different. But the platform has new features. So the videos need to be re-recorded to account for the new features. Like in the videos, we didn't have the split screen chart. Sometimes we didn't have the watch list. We didn't even have the, we'd even have futures liquidity maps right at that point, or futures monthly maps. So now I'll be able to teach videos based on the completed liquidity map suite. So the videos need to just reference the new platform. The content will be mostly the same, but I'll also remove the errors, like me saying VIX is SPX options 23 to 40 days out because I was an idiot and just somehow got stuck on the number 40 instead of 37. Little errors like that that I cringily made in the boot camps. ICT strategy Monday. Don't trade Mondays. Wait for the close on Tuesday. Not sure yet on Wednesday. Manipulation Thursday. Friday. Let's wait for next week to be sure. That's the ICT roller coaster. Oh, that's so funny, Dan. Can I use Thinkorswim for data? No, you can't. Every platform is a unique instance. These data providers don't let you typically buy data and chop it around everywhere. The bootcamp is $20 per month, Boonly. That's it. Bootcamp, the courses to learn everything I teach is 20 bucks. That's it. Most people sell $10,000 mentorship. I'll train you how to be a trader for 20 bucks, $1 a class. We don't try to rip off the community by charging for education. The $2,500 is for the software for life. $1 a day. Yeah, it's like I said, I think that real traders shouldn't charge unaffordable amounts to teach people or mentor people. That's people that need a job, people that need money. I've taken a firm stance against that. I've always taught a class for $1. I've always been that way. It's always been that way. The only reason it's not free is because you guys wouldn't take it seriously if it wasn't free. If you pay 20 bucks, you'll attend, and the perception of value is that it's worth something to you at the minimal cost. Anything above $0 will make you take it seriously. So that's it. Software is $4,000 or $2,500 during the current Black Friday sale, or $99 to try for a month and then $159 every month after, with a $40 discount for life every month if you sign up in uninterrupted memberships. You don't. So Blintoff, if you buy the software, the bootcamp is free. So if you're using our software in any capacity, the bootcamp is 100% free. You don't have to pay for it additional. It comes with it. If you just want to buy the bootcamp and not buy the software, then it's 20 bucks. Do you need the software to trade? You don't. But is the course worth it if you don't have the software? 100%. It is the general principles of risk management and finding pivots. Can use any system for finding pivots. Our software is a system for finding pivots. You can replace anything I teach you on where to enter and exit based on anything you currently do. The position management strategies are universal for any type of trading strategy. Yeah, I go to My Funded Futures, guys. Time to get out of here. Join me live on My Funded TV. I'm the host of Lunch Money with Matt, midday show over there. And they do tons of giveaways and all kind of stuff. It's a really cool show. Here's the link. So bootcamp includes how to use the software, and it is heavily dependent on the software, but half of the classes are general concepts. VIX, futures, entries, exits, risk management, how to adjust a position, how to accommodate for volatility. All that stuff is not platform related. Current's challenge live account is to prove that you don't even need Rocket Scooter platform to trade profitably. Julian nailed it. My current challenge is just to show that what I teach in the bootcamp, even without the platform, is gonna make a world of difference. So I'm only demonstrating my risk management with this random trading challenge. I'm not even getting my A+ setups. I get to use the best judgment I can with the market that's thrown at me. I get to lose much of the stronger techniques in the platform. My efficiency completely goes to crap. I can't wait for A+ setups. I can use some of the confluence indicators in the platform to make a split-second decision, and that's it. Everybody join on over there. Toss some love that way. Type some dubs in chat. Give Methodical Man and Barbie some love, and we'll see y'all later. I gotta hop in to that channel.
Where you reside.
Trading futures in the night, so cold rocket dreams, resilience in the fold. Hedge pressurizing, the charts are bold. Dating bands rapping, stories untold. Riding with rockets through your AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. The pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with your AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Sanctuary in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
What's up, y'all? All right, we're back for the afternoon sesh. Market's starting to rally a little tiny bit. This is starting to feel like it wants to rally. I thought we'd be selling off today. A little bit further. Just a lot more sector rotation. Our resiliences are still very negative. I think the bears are not getting a lot of they're not getting a lot of wiggle room here. Buying the dip has been the superb trade setup. last couple days. Hold on one second. Bum, 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 bum. Hmm. $219 is my next trade. I'm just reading some stuff really quick. All the levels set for the day? Yeah, every single day they reset. Ooh, S&P Resilience starting to pick up a little bit of steam. Interesting. Yeah, I find this area to be somewhat untradeable to the long side. There's a lot of people getting squeezed here. I think the next trade I'm going to have to take is going to have to be a range trade where I get in a small position, then I add to it when it moves. LOL, Dan. Oh, sorry. This is the P&L today. This is it. The top, I think I busted like maybe 5 evals total. Not a lot. I think 4 or 5. Just trying to pass as many as I can with fear of the live program coming out and the changes. So I'm going to have as many passes as possible until it ends. I have suspicion by the end of the year, things are going to change. This up here, my funded account, the funded ones. These guys here. These are all evals. Some of them didn't make it. And then this is the random account challenge. So this is real. My 5 Tradeifys are gone since they just kicked me to live. So those are no longer being traded. Waiting on the world to change. There you go, right? Feels like it. Today, just waiting for something. It might be a 100-point push on NASDAQ today. MHP could probably be worth taking a long on. What do we think? MHP res is positive. Let me grab a small 2 contract long in this account right here. At MHP on the step. Now that Tradeify is live, what's your plan with that? I don't even know. These live accounts don't really do it for me. They're usually small-ish. Some of them are big if I can negotiate something bigger, but Tradeify is notorious for not negotiating. They're just simple, by the book. This is what it is. Take it or leave it. $2.19 is the next trade time. Yep, $2.19, which is in 30 minutes. So I'll still probably trade it, but probably not on the stream, on screen. I have very little interest in trading live accounts with prop firms. I just want to earn them just to say that I could. Ugh. Because the profit split and the, you know, the low balances and having the rules and stuff, it just doesn't really like, it's not worth my time to put too much energy into it. Taxes are better than the prop space, yeah. For sure. Taxes in live are better than some funded taxes. Resilience is still looking dog shit. Slump, you got it right. Gamma is acceleration. Delta is speed. Yeah, speed of volume. Or speed of hedging. Or amount of volume due to hedging. If you think of it like physics terms, delta would be the speed and gamma would be the acceleration. Rule is can't trade off screen for challenge, right? That is the rule. Yep. All of my challenge trades for the challenge have to be on stream. Yeah. If you go live with a prop firm, are you considered a professional trader? Yes, you are. You designate as pro trader status with all of your data feeds and your exchange agreements. You have to sign up as a pro, which means they milk you for like ridiculous monthly fees for data, for futures data. If you make 100K from prop, but use half of it for accounts, How much you set aside for taxes? Well, do the math yourself, right? You made 100K from prop, and half of her accounts, which is an expense. It's a write-off, so you're only taxed on your bottom line income, which is your tax on 50K, and then it's whatever your tax bracket is of that 50K that's left. Because you can write off your prop accounts against the 1099 that you get paid as a business expense. How old am I? 40 something. I'm old, man. I'm uncle. Ah! Do I have any dogs? If I do, can I see them? I don't know where Pickle is right now. I think he's downstairs in his kennel, or maybe iDoc took him to the sitter. One of the two. You probably took him to the sitter. We trade with another person in the neighborhood. We watch their dogs, they watch our dog. Do I play pickleball? I do play pickleball. We're trying to open a pickleball court, Idoc and I, and her family. Oh, the bonus classes? We need to do them next week because this week is so busy with their parents coming into town. So no bonus class this week. Do I ever drink green juice in the morning? Do I ever drink green juice in the morning? You can write off evaluations for prop accounts even without an LLC. Yeah, you don't need an LLC to have business expenses. I'm not a tax advisor, so don't take any of this as qualified tax advice. Go talk to your accountant. Our parents are visiting from Vietnam. So they're in from out of the country. Slump, what are you saying about C.A. Williams? You were curious how I was able to get back to you after being successful with the platform? Just donate to the community. Just, donate boot camps or something. Yeah, you can consider your prop expenses as educational expenses, business expenses, whatever. What's my duper rating? Dude, I play so casually. I don't even play League or anything. We play for fun. So we're like, yeah, we're so casual about it. How many accounts does Fund and Next allow? They allow up to 300,000 in funded, and of any mix and match of the different types. And then they allow up to $1 million total minus that 3,000. So 700,000 in evals, I think, total. Or maybe no, they removed that cap. You can have unlimited evals now. I gotta get a duper. It's time to try hard. I know. Well, maybe. Like, we've been trying to get into it more. We have friends that are like pro. They embarrass us when we play them. Finally, res greater than 0. It's looking nice. VIX is in decay right now. It's looking pretty solid for a rally back up. You'll see that VIX just popping down, 18.1 VIX futures. VIX is still relatively high, but VIX is still pretty low. All right, I got to make a trade in 20 minutes. I'm gonna have to jump in on a long here. Who's this Lanto person that made 1.7 milli? Guys, like, don't romanticize or glorify a 3-day YOLO that made $1 million. One person in the history of social media is likely to roll the dice a couple times and snake $1 million out of the prop firms. Lanto's a good trader. He teaches good stuff, but don't romanticize the number like it's meaningful. He knew he was full porting. He knew he was taking all the risk. That's not some habit you won't pick up. Yeah, he's consistent. He's pretty good. Yeah, Lanto and Brian are pretty good friends. Yeah, Lanto is cool. He's just a trader. He teaches like ICT stuff. Him and Brian trade very similarly. Yeah, he doesn't even romanticize the number. Yeah, he's not even like playing it off like, you know, buy my $10,000 boot camp. Look how good I am. Like, there's, I don't know, the Robbins Cup right now. It's like, you know, 200%, 300% gain on a 10K account. These people making 10K in a year, like talking about, one of them was like, I'm thinking about starting a hedge fund. I'm just like, oh, bless their hearts, man. Like, you know, Robbins Cup is absolutely not a meaningful contest, but whatever. 50 people enter that thing with a $10,000 account and you got 300% a year. You made $20,000 in a year. And then you parade the flag around. I'm the world's best. I'm #1 trader in the world. I don't know why people romanticize Robbins Cup like it means anything. One person made it in the top 5 with selling $100,000 mentorship. Hey man, I'm 5th in the world. Buy my mentorship. I'm just like, oh my God. But yeah, Lanto just took in a huge amount of risk, which is cool. Like sometimes you just want to swing for the fence, and hey, that's a pretty decent chunk of money for 3 days worth of work. But if you guys are like, I want to learn how to do that, please don't. That's not what you're ever gonna do. I could do that at any point in time and lose everything. I can do that right now in this $100,000 account and YOLO it, and I got a 50% chance of making $1 million by Friday. A 50% chance of losing 100K by today. So don't emulate or mimic that style of trading if you're doing anything serious. He just wanted to swing a grand slam and have some fun with it. Yeah. Like, you guys, I could absolutely I could probably full port this NASDAQ here. And all or nothing. What's a YOLO? Why aren't we doing it? Isn't that 500K expectancy? If it's 50-50? Hey. Not that bad of a thought. All I gotta do is pick the right side to full port on. All right, it's now 2 o'clock. Let's see how the market's gonna shift in the close. It's looking like it wants to long, but I don't know. I just closed out the long that I had. I don't like being in there right now. I'm gonna wait a little bit. I close it out flat. It's actually 66.65 now instead of 66.42. I just threw a couple contracts at it. Nothing big. I kind of talked myself out of it with res on the fence again. The ascending Batman pattern should pop up. Yeah. Yeah, as Dan said, right? The odds are there when you're just full porting hundreds of funded accounts. The odds are there that you're gonna eventually make a big win. It's, you know, flip coin, flip coin, flip coin. Or if it's I don't know what it was take profit. If it's 5 days to pay out, win, 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 right? And then win the 3 more that he did. So it's, you know, 2 times 2 is 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. 1 out of 256 is 0.035%. No, not 3539. 0.39%. So when done enough, there's a probability that you can YOLO 8 times in a row. I wouldn't say YOLO it 8 times in a row, but YOLO over and over and over again. You have a small percent. You do it long enough, eventually one person will hit the lottery, which is what it is just hitting that strike in that lottery. Didn't full port. I wouldn't say full port. That's just a misnomer, but very high risk is taken to flip that much return in 3 days. Yeah. You build up the buffer, then you take all the risk. Like right now with my funded next, I've got 4 accounts sitting at close to 300,000 profit. If I was going to roll the dice, building up that buffer to roll it. Right. Nobody's discounting what he did. Nobody's talking about what he did to get there. Somebody just said making 1.7 million in 3 days. You can roll the dice with everything you've got and give up a month of work for a single trade. You know, that's not something realistically you guys are going to try to do. Nobody's saying anything. Nobody's downplaying what he did. I'm telling you guys, you're not going to be able to do it. Ever. Like ever, ever. I'm downplaying you thinking it's possible. Again. You don't have a choice to make. I have the choice to make right now. There's 100,000 in this account. I could roll the dice on it. I've got 4 accounts with 300,000. I can roll the dice on those for the same effect. I could get it to the world record payout in 1 trade. Now the question is, do I want to risk it or do I not want to risk it? Why not YOLO my live account since you didn't care about them? Hey, Skiburn, don't reveal my strategy just yet. I have no desire to slow trade a prop from live account. I don't. I'm gonna wait for an A+ setup. I'm gonna smack it hard. If it blows up, it blows up. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Tradeify account, I'm gonna burn it in 1 trade. Zero desire to trade the live account. Yeah. I'm sure the total balance is gonna be less than 50K, probably. They give you, because they only give you. Wait, why I don't care? It's such a tiny account. Like these live accounts, they're not big at all. Like unless you're, you know, somebody famous or important and you can negotiate with some of the firms like, hey, give me 100K and I'll show it off or something. Some of them might say yes. The majority of them dish out. Pat Whelan only got 2 20K accounts from Tradeify. Now they reduce it to just giving out 1. So you sure the Tradeify partners wouldn't be happy about that? I mean, I'm gonna hit an A+ setup whether I win it or I don't. It's just gonna be how I do it. I have zero desire to babysit 20, 30, 40K account. Like that's never. I wanted to earn the live account just to show off that I can do it, to get to it. Now that the prize is won, it's not really that big of a deal to me. Do I do cold plunges and hatch your face with spring water? Oh, 100%. Getting disenchanted with the prop space? No, I'm absolutely not. I love the prop space. Don't get me wrong, but the prop space is for beginners, David. I'm 100% on board with the prop space. It's for beginners, though. Prop space is not for advanced traders or traders with income or traders with a bankroll. The prop space doesn't make sense for somebody at my level. I'm only doing it because I'm showing off in a public eye where there's leaderboards. And now, like, since I entered the prop space, people get to watch me do prop trading challenges and, you know, be featured on prop TV shows where the public actually is. For me, it's all about the notoriety and the visibility and showing off that I can conquer these very hard to conquer challenges much more than getting the prize. The prize is worth it if you don't have 20K or 40K to your name and now you get your final go or your first go at trading a real account. But at 80-20 split and things like this, like, I just like, hey, I just won $100,000 in an account. So I just go put $100,000 in an account to trade it. I don't need the assistance of the prop firm. Doesn't mean I don't think that it's crucial for 99.9% of you guys. Yeah, like I think that the live prize is fantastic for most of y'all. Imagine getting a 20K or 40K or 50K, whatever head start in your trading journey to bankroll yourself. That's perfect. But if I want to bankroll myself, I just go to my checking account, right? That's kind of like where I am with my own trading. I don't need the assistance. You know what I mean? So, like, if I needed, like, I would take a payout with Funded Next if I wanted to cash out 160K that I could take out right, 155K I could take out right now, which is half the balance. But I don't even need that money. I'm actually just over trading them to get the world record. Like, my reason for doing props is to show you guys it's possible at a high skill level and to show you that it's not just where traders don't make it. Clearly, I've made it in 3 prop firms, but you know, this is just a journey for relevancy and visibility more than anything. As a new trader, props are fantastic. It's a great way to, it's like the best way to make some kind of money while still having a job or still doing what you normally would do to bankroll yourself. If I was starting out, I would absolutely be trading props, trying to make 10 or 15K, then throwing it into my own personal account, then trading that on my own. That's basically how it'll work. The boot camp is live classes. There are videos, Martin, but they are also live classes. So we basically will watch the video live as a community. And I go over and I pause the video, then I talk about it, then I pause the video and I talk about it. This next boot camp in January is not going to be videos. It's 100% live because they're remaking the videos. My Funded Next is at 300K profit. That's correct. I'm 50K. I'm 50K from the world record. The biggest of my 4 accounts is at 111,000 profit. The biggest one. I'm sorry, 114,000. Why did I say 111? This is the biggest of the accounts. I did take some hits too, but again, I was trading these pretty hard. This one took like 2 days worth of losses in the middle of this. A little bit wobbly, but this is where the market was like crashing out and got volatile. So I took some hits, but I still managed to survive. I think I took a 20K drawdown and then made it back the same day. But this one is at gross P&L 114. Oh, 111 is net. That's why. The balance is 211,826. So I guess commissions is the other $2,000. My win rate kind of went down a little bit because of the tug of war here. It's only at 65%. Expectancy is still pretty good. Run up to drawdowns 3-1, not bad. I did take some drawdown here though. That's what nuked it. Largest winning trade, 20 grand. Largest losing trade, 3,000. Not bad. Yeah, so that's that. So hopefully I can be the world record. That one is the 100K. I got 200Ks and 250Ks. Would I ever make a prop firm? Absolutely not. It wouldn't make any sense for me to make a prop firm. At that point, I'd just be stealing your money. And banking like super heavy off of you guys failing. I'd rather teach you how to beat the prop firms as much as I want to be the prop firm itself. Also, it makes sense for me to be the prop firm and teach you how to beat prop firms at the same time. So there's a big conflict of interest there. Am I so clear on your new phone? Oh, nice. Well, I'm glad you like it. Did you find my wallet, by the way? So the prop firms are taking you guys for a ride? No. It's not them, it's y'all. Y'all are taking yourself for a ride. Traders are going to fail until they get good. The prop firms just make money off of you failing. And if it wasn't them, it'd be Wall Street. It'd be other traders taking your money if you're failing. When you're losing trading, somebody's going to take your money. That's just the name of the game. So don't blame prop firms like they're an evil part of this. When you're learning trading, everyone's going to take your money. The idea is if I had a prop firm, then I couldn't ethically teach you trading at the same time. Because the prop firm business model, I would be so transparent about it, is to make money off the losing traders. How can I at the same time purely make profit off of the losing traders while also teaching trading in the same sentence, you know? It's a big conflict of interest, I would say. It wouldn't seem honest, and the credibility of what I teach would be put into question because people would say, well, how do we know you're not teaching people to fail so you can bank on failing? Now, if I started a straight to live sort of actual prop firm where I backed people with my own money, and then that's different than like the sim funded prop firm, that's a whole different story. I could do something like that to look for traders to back with money, but I wouldn't be creating the sim farm model where you have, you know, evals and resets and all that. Like if I was doing a talent search, that'd be completely different. Not trying to like sim farm people for like a $10,000 account. Like, hey, like I'm looking for real traders. You put in 50, I'll put in 50. We'll match each other and then you can trade some of my money with yours. And what's 219? That's my next trade. ChatGPT chose my next trade. So the random account challenge, I have to make a random trade. ChatGPT has chosen a trade for me. Yeah, creating a team of traders out of my platform and teaching. The only reason I wouldn't do something like that is because it's too much risk for such like variable return. Like I wouldn't give a trader $100,000 to back them in trading. I'd rather give IDOC's niece $100,000 to open a bakery. You know what I mean? Because I know that money will make me millions with very little risk because she's very talented. Trading, you can vaporize my 100K in a couple of trades. It does not tell me to long or short. I have to make a decision. Between 219, not only is it 219, but between 219 and 234. It's the same conversation I have with people that are like, you don't make all of your money trading? Like there's some kind of crime about that. That's the romanticization of day traders. It's dumb to risk millions of dollars to try to make millions of dollars. It's smart to spread $1 million around and make passive income with it at no risk. You don't need tens of millions and 20s of millions of dollars to live a rich life. Once you get to a certain level, money no longer is meaningful. So the problem you face is you don't want to lose the money you have. You don't really desire to just make more at high risk. That's how you get over the first hurdle. But then once you have your first couple $1,000,000, you should spread it out and have it make you hundreds of thousands of dollars of salary at no work, you know? That's the way to do it. So in a prop space, I wouldn't even start a prop firm because like a place where I vet traders and invest in traders. Because that's some risky bet right there. Y'all some gamblers. If I give IDOC's niece $100,000 to open a bakery, she's gonna work her ass off. She's gonna fight to make it work. She's not taking extreme risks with cupcakes, you know? That money will be put to good use for a very probable shot of making it. But trading, a little risky. It would be nice to start a prop firm if that's your goal, to start a prop firm for sure. You know, it's never been my goal though. Shit, in the middle of the range, I cannot make a trade here. I'm gonna have to wait until the end of the range to make the random trade. Resilience is just nosediving. Shit. The opportunity is short for sure. But we are holding MHP on NASDAQ with MHP res being positive. Should I just take the gamble on NASDAQ to the long side? Let's do it. MHP res is greater than 0. Let's buy it with 2. Why not? Res is less than 0 though, so I'm not gonna get the full 40, which kind of sucks. But 580 to 620 is good enough for 40 points. If I can get 40 points, I'll take the scalp and close it out. Random trade initiated. VIX is below triple B, so I don't expect much overshoot. Let's bet on MHP. Yeah. No VIX, no volatility. Even if it dips, should be good. Trade has to be made on screen. Yes, sir. What out of the range allow me to make a trade? Remember, the random trading challenges, I'm forced to trade. I don't get to choose not to trade. Right here, NASDAQ is at MHP. MHP resilience is positive. I think I might be able to get 40 points off of this. Maybe. If I'm lucky. S&P resilience is sort of dog shit right now, though. That's the problem. And this market is trying to sell off. They look very vulnerable. Yeah, they do. It just seems to be the obvious trade to jump in and short this. But what I do fear is that it's like another day like this. kind of thing. Like these kind of lows, low out again. The slanted Batman, the slanted Batman pattern. Put a gun to my head with DD ratio greater than half, and monthly res is good, but resilience is negative. So I've got resistance there and support there. That's all I've got. The gamble opportunity is there to jump in on the short as well. For this to sort of make its way here. Why do I feel like that's what we're going to see? Doesn't it just look like it, right? Like, I just feel like that's what we're going to do. Why would I buy if res is negative? Res isn't negative. The yellow one is positive. I'm at the yellow line. So the res are color coded for that reason. The one that you use here is the yellow one. It's actually positive. So that's the proper trade to make. When you're here and here, you use the white one only from there to there. So if the white one is negative, then that is resistance. Okay. If the orange one is positive, then that's support. That's exactly how this works. So it's a scalp from there to there, basically. My big fear, though, is we're going to flush and then rally from a lower low. Which I'm going to put these big accounts on reserve here. To where if we do fall down to there, I'll take a bigger long there in some of my bigger accounts. Waiting for better entry? Yeah, I know. Like lower would be a better entry, right? All my brain is telling me for the last 2 hours you've been holding MHP on NASDAQ, which is good. So hopefully that stays the course. The orange is based on the aggregate of stocks breaking their monthly hedge pressures, orange. And the white is based on the aggregate of stocks in their own half gap and redistribution zone, which is white. So they're just basically looking at the tiebreaker at different values. Orange is summing up all the stocks at their own orange lines. Does a bootcamp or anything explain how to code for resilience? Why don't you just buy it from us instead of trying to make it yourself? It's pretty cheap, man. You wouldn't be able to code for it, by the way. You're not going to be able to look at 500 stocks simultaneously in real time to code it, like inside of a trading platform like NinjaTrader or Thinkorswim or something. You're not gonna be able to do it. We have to do it on the server because a front-end platform simultaneously pulling 500 tickers from a WebSocket and then analyzing them in real time and doing the calcs in real time. The trading platforms themselves are not strong enough to do it. You'll have to write a separate program. Like you're not gonna be able to do it in PineScript if that's what you're asking. Trust me, you're not gonna be able to. It doesn't have the power to do so. Isn't it 4K? No, Rocket Scooter is just $159 a month. Do you ever do giveaways for the software? We don't, but we give away as prizes though sometimes. So what we have to do is we stream all 500 stocks at one time, and our server is strictly it's not a trading platform that does the calculation. It's just a program that's designed to run the calculation. It's a very intense calculation. Hedge pressure resilience is even crazier because the hedge pressure calculation is a massive calculation of its own. And you have to do hedge pressure calculation for 500 companies and then do the resilience of the 500 companies. So it's a resilience, it's a basket of baskets. So the orange line is kind of like a feat of engineering just to calculate. Like I said, we used to crash our options data providers trying to calculate the orange resilience line. That's where the Rockseer name came from, that story. Trying to create monthly resilience was crashing an options data provider because we had to do all 500 hedge pressure calculations within so much time to get that data. So the calculation is just so big. The scope would require you to expend more capital for data and infrastructure than it would be just to pay us for the information. If that makes sense. It's the equivalent of saying, you know, you want to open up your own restaurant and train your chefs how to make a steak the way that I do it, instead of just buying a steak every time you want it. It'll cost a whole lot more to do it yourself, and you'll have to build infrastructure to do it and buy all the data, and you're already talking thousands a month. Yo, Sean, I saw your message, bro. I'm just now catching up on Twitter. I saw your message. I need to catch up with you. I keep forgetting to respond to people. I'm so backlogging all my messages. Yeah. When it comes to like platforms like NinjaTrader is probably the closest chance you'll have to be able to manage. Like you have full freedom in coding with NinjaTrader. The problem is NinjaTrader's platform wouldn't be able to handle a calculation that looks at 500 things, 500 different tickers at once. I think the platform locks up. I've seen people selling like S&P algorithms that draw fucking triangles and squares and lines on the chart, and NinjaTrader can't even handle like drawing, you know, 100 squares, much less calculating 500 companies at once. We do teach you how to do resilience, so we do teach you the method. Just wouldn't be easy to do it on your own. You'd have to basically buy the data feed, the real-time data feed, pump it into a program that's just designed, a light program that's designed just to do that calculation, and then tunnel that answer into your visual platform or your UI, whatever you're doing. Yeah. Like I said, if I could have built liquidity maps and resilience inside of TradingView, I wouldn't be spending 50 grand a month to carry the overhead of a trading platform. I would just sell the indicators on someone else's platform. The only way we can get our stuff into other platforms is to tunnel the information in through an API, and then they just print what we send them. But yeah. But to answer your question, we do teach the method. How it works and everything. That method, resilience, we do. Am I allowed to add micros to your trades? Yeah, I can add whatever I want. I just have to be in a one contract trade at minimum, yeah. I hate that it's making me trade when I don't want to trade. That's part of it. We're gonna get bull zone and DD band bounce maybe. I don't know. It just feels like it wants to do this. Like I have a suspicion that's what we're gonna get, and again, my intuition's been pretty on point. But I don't want to trade off of intuition. I got to trade off of logic. So I gotta do what it tells me to do. I'm not taking risk in any of my other accounts. Just the one random trading challenge. I took the bet that we close above monthly hedge pressure because resiliences are decent. S&P res was trying to get close to 0, so we'll see how the end of the day pans out. I'll probably hold this trade through the hour and see if I get anything good out of it. I'm not too afraid of it. And then yellow line, I might actually add to the position and take a little bit more risk. Instead of babysitting this one onto, I might add a little bit more at a lower low. I might trim at my stop from 80 to 40. I'll trim down to 1. And then somewhere down in here, I'll add a few more. My overall strat is to keep it small. I should probably have done 1 here, but I was a little overeager. Keep it small here. Trim there. Something like that. Which gives me 2 to ride up. -1, and I got 1 as a runner. That sounds like a good plan. My intuition's been pretty good on this one. Yep. With the random challenge, I got to work through the position. So I want to play that whole range, which is kind of tough. The reason I got in 2 was, again, to skirt the rules a little bit. I got in 2 so I can trim down to 1 and then make these entries here. If I got into just 1, I'd have to close it out, then I'm done. So there's a trick why I got into 2. Playing a little 4D chess here allows me to trim and still hold on for the bottom. So when you see me doing 2, that's kind of my goal, right? It'll allow me to trim and then still hold on to the one I'm supposed to have. So that's my whole plan on the screen right there. And then at DD band, I'll be grabbing like 5. Am I in a long or short? I'm longing throughout the bottom range here. There's a bunch of A+ down in here at the bottom. So I'm not too worried about it bouncing. It's not volatile. So the market, any sell-off is going to be very short-lived. So if we do fall, S&P falls to 43 and Nasdaq falls to like 449, it's like 120 more points. Then I'll just dive in. You see how here I've got 2. I'll close down to 1. I'll take the drawdown on 1. I'll add 1 more there for 2 for a cost basis at yellow. Then I'll add 3 more here for a cost basis of about 82. So give me 5. When I run up to DD bull zone, I'll close down these 3. When I run up to there, I'll close down these 1. Then I'll close out my final one somewhere above my normal target. So this is going to shift my cost basis from what it is right now is 92 all the way down to roughly 54, right about 2490. This whole plan will put me at about 2490. My initial stop loss, it's on the screen. Minus is what I'm going to subtract. That's it. Christian Manning says, exactly, pay attention, guys. This is what makes him consistent. Yeah, the entry and exit cost basis shift is good. The only reason I'm in 2 and not 1 is to allow me to do this whole plan. If I was just in 1, guys, then if I were to stop out there, the random trade won't let me be able to choose this. I'm allowed to add wherever I want, which means I have to maintain a position. So that's why I'm going to take a risk here and then cut the risk there. This is a trick of me playing the rules, right? That's the sauce and why it was 2. I'm in favor of adding to a losing trade. Well, it's not a losing trade, right? Just because your trade is red doesn't mean it's a losing trade. It just means that entry was a losing entry. The whole thing is the trade. The trade is inside of this box. This entry is just losing. But I'm going to bet that either this entry or this entry wins, right? So when people say, are you adding to red, you're adding to a losing trade, I don't subscribe to the philosophy that that trade is losing. The trade is actually, this is actually 3 different entries in one trade. So the trade isn't even done, I'm not even done entering the trade, even when it's red. The plan is to do this whole thing as part of the plan. So it's a long entry built in stages. It's called cost basis, dollar cost averaging, cost basis averaging. Should be a high volume push from MHP. Yeah, let's hope for that, right? Hopefully so. How do I calculate if bounce will be enough to get you out of drawdown? Very simple, right? So I go here, 40 points. This, I'll be in 40 points on 2, 1600 to drawdown. I'll close that out. This one will take me another 40 points, so that I'm down 2400 at this point. I'm going to add one more. If I fall, I'm down 4000 at this point. And then with 5 contracts, it only takes 40 points to break even. So I do all the math in my head. I'm minus 4K here. And because I added 3 more, I made 4K, which is 40 points on 5. So my new break even is pretty much right here. Break even. I've done this for so many years. I do all this math in my head. The 2, 1, 1, 3, that's just habit at this point. I don't even have to think about it. So this whole trade breaks even if we just close above bull zone, which we know happens 90% of the time. That's why I allow myself to trade small, cut risk, dive in hard, bet on 92% of days close above here and 90% of days close above here. I have a 90% chance of breaking even on this trade. But most props allow no more than 3K drawdown. I don't give a fuck what props do. This is real money stuff. Yeah, props don't allow you to be creative like you can be in a real account. This is how you trade one account instead of throwing props at it. You split your risk up this way. That way I know what the drawdown. So I'll draw it on the screen for you, right? I'm going to draw what I'm going to be down. 1600 here. Plus another 8, 24. Then 2 times 40, which is another 16, which is down 4K. And then I'm up 4K. I've got 2. If it rides to there, that's 16. I'm up 56. Okay. And if it rides to there, this is 64. Okay. And then whatever the runner makes. I've done it for so long, I just do all the math in my head. So you can trade micros with the strategy. Yeah. The idea is I'm taking a medium small-ish bet here because that indicator looks good. And that's a risky bet because the market's trying to sell off. But I'm also leaving the door open for me to take strong pivot there and strong pivot there. And specifically, the choice of 1, 3 allows me to break even right there. If I did 1, 1, and 2, then I'd have to break even right here instead. Do I usually do 40 points? On NASDAQ, yeah, that's my usual. In non-volatile, it's always 40. Do you ever scale out of losses on the way down rather than take the full loss? Yeah, so this one I'll be doing that, right, Dan? So the example is the strong pivot is here, and here, and here. I usually don't hold beyond 40 points on NASDAQ. That's just why I'm going to scale out and hold 1 here. Normally, if I wasn't trading this challenge, I'd probably cut the entire risk here and then take this as a second trade. But then in this challenge, if I close out completely, then I'm not allowed to get back in because my challenge rules doesn't let me. So I have to hold some kind of risk to stay in the trade to allow me to get the dips at the bottom. But yeah, 100%. I normally will scale out when it goes against me and trim a little bit. If I have like a tantrum entry like this, where I have this, or this can be a bounce point, and I'm going to trade all three of them. The fact that these two are within 40 points-ish of each other, I'll have to hold through that drawdown. The fact that this one and this one are not, I gotta trim. Yeah, good question. Very good question. Very good question. Can the next challenge be Rags to Riches challenge? So I already did that before, and I don't want to do it again because it was a very long process. One time I did a 5K to 50K in 2019, and then in 2020, I did a 6,700, which was half the margin requirement to force me to trade micros, to $1 million. And I made it all the way to 95,000, and then I decided to make Rocket Scooter, and then I quit streaming on YouTube at the peak at 95,000. And so literally on the last day of me trading that challenge, it took me 9 months to get the 6,700 to 95,000, which was an amazing educational experience for people here. The first part of that, and it was fully transparent, the whole thing was shown, people that were here remember it. I went on a 70-day win streak out the door. So it's 70 days without losing a single day in that challenge. I was so like cautious and meticulous. It was a slow grind. The first couple days I was making $50, $100. Should I go a little less day? On that very day at 95,000, I quit streaming on YouTube for like 2 years. We instead did really small streams on Zoom, like educational streams. And then I went to work 16 hours a day building the platform. So we were like, holy shit, dude, this is crushing it. We need to build the platform. Liquidity maps or like, you know, before they were even maps, it was just hedge pressures and zones. Man, these things are good. We need to build this. Let's build this now. So you do similar stuff, Dan? Ah, very nice. It's very helpful to manipulate your cost base. It's like this whole type of strategy for you guys that are learning is really what trading education. When I tell you guys, trading education is about this. It's not about picking the direction and holding on. It's about knowing how much you're going to lose and what risk you're going to take. Knowing the odds of each of your plays and all that. Right now, I'm kind of stuck, though, because the probability is it can sell up, but the probability is it wants a support there as well. So now I'm trading all possible scenarios. Either A, we go from there. B, we fall to there or there, and then we bounce at one of these high probability ones. Now, the odds of these things are 8% chance that we close below green, 92% chance we close above green with the supporting confluence. Dark gray, 10% with the supporting confluence that we break. 90% that we hold. So the odds are really good for a hold maybe there or maybe there, which is why I'm drawing this W shape. Because that is like the worst case scenario that I can expect, that this just fucking dies. And I get that the W will look like this, right? I can play both of them. I can also choose to close the trade if I want, if it doesn't go anywhere for 30 minutes. Which it's been 26 minutes. So at 30 minutes, I'm allowed to pull the plug if I want. You guys don't want to see that, do you? Y'all want to see some trades? Technically, for the challenge, I'm allowed to pull the plug in 5 minutes. Well, actually, whenever I entered the trade. It wasn't exactly on the dot. It was... probably a couple of minutes in. No pull the plug. Let's see it play out. All right, I will lose money for y'all's entertainment. Drawing down four, and again, you see how the 4K drawdown, would you guys have been for the boot camp, that 4K drawdown, is that pretty close to what's expected? What I teach you guys in boot camp in class 2 about how much I try to lose per trade, is that within the range of my comfort zone for this size of account. It's just 107,000. Pretty much on point, right? So the whole plan, the whole trade plan on the screen is to keep me around 3%, right? 4K minus whatever stop loss I take, maybe 5K, maybe 6K at the worst. Puts me right at about 4 or 5%. Yeah, so I'm within the range of what I usually allow myself to trade and lose per day. So this whole plan, even if the market dives 150 points, won't put me, it'll be a decent sized loss. I'm already up 2 grand, so I'll be down maybe 2K or even 4K at the most upside down today, at the most. So that total net losses would be like between 3 and 4% of the account. As the days go on, do levels become lower probability? In theory, the answer is possibly. We can't ever know because we never know the real-time risk landscape as options landscape changes every moment. In theory, they all change. So it could get stronger, it could get weaker. You never know what people are doing. So it's possible that it can get weaker, but it's just as equally possible that it gets stronger. So it's one of those things that because you can't know, you have to take an agnostic view to the answer. If you can't determine, so don't determine. Don't guess. Just assume it's indeterminate and that you can't answer that question. Like, is hedge pressure bounce at the start of the day stronger at the end of the day? It's like Schrodinger's cat. Yes and no at the same time. It's hard to tell. Theoretically speaking, if nobody added any more options, like options froze for the day and you just had that hedge pressure there, as options expire or people exercise them, there's fewer options in the pool. So therefore, the resistance becomes weaker for the options that leave the pool. But because options can enter the pool at the same level, then it adds strength to it. And that's the part that you don't exactly know. But if people weren't allowed to trade options anymore and you just froze where you were, as time goes by, the resistances would get weaker. But because you fill the bucket up, you never know if you're adding more or adding less. So can't know the answer to that. Do we think NQ is going to take here? No. I'd be surprised if it did at this point. Does it tank? It can. The VIX is not budging, so it's not volatile enough to tank. Worst case scenario is that it falls to these areas and then we just lose the market and it dies. Likely scenario, it doesn't do anything. It just stays here and stays put in this like 20-point range for the rest of the day. Like the S&P just freaking crawls flat until close. We're not seeing any VIX build up that's alerting me to any possible kind of like we've already rejected triple B on VIX. So the fact that VIX is in decay and not jumping above here tells me that Wall Street's not afraid of the market at these levels, and there's liquidity even here. So I'd be really surprised if the market sold off. And if it did, I'm willing to grab the dip because VIX is still down here. Because if it did fall that hard, it would snap back up very quick. I feel like I make that decision all the time and VIX is below that contango midpoint. Now, technically speaking, I can cut out the trade if I want to as of now. For y'all's entertainment, maybe I'll just see the whole thing through so y'all can learn something. What's up, Christian? How you doing? What do I think about crypto and stocks next year, Q1? What's going to happen? I don't follow anything crypto. I have like zero opinion about it. I don't know enough to know anything about it. I know enough to know that I don't know enough about it. See it through, never give up. All right, for y'all's entertainment. You're about to watch this account go from 2,000 profit to minus 3,000 profit to dig my way back to zero. Which would be a good lesson if the chaos happens. I'm very nervous about the next hour. So the next hour is going to make all the decision in the world. The minute the clock strikes 3, this market's going to start moving. This is the fun stuff. Tradeify is having a 40% off flash sale today, by the way. 40% off of growth accounts at Tradeify. This started a little bit ago, right before lunch. It goes through Friday at noon, 40% off at Tradeify for growth. Just got the announcement an hour ago. 2 hours ago. The bonus classes are canceled today because IDOC's family's in town, and we're gonna go to the mall to buy New Balance shoes. Is there any reason I take most of my contracts on NASDAQ rather than ES? No, not really, other than the fact that NASDAQ is gonna give me more bang for my buck per contract. And so if you have a contract limit, if you're trying to stretch an account and grow it, NASDAQ will grow it faster per contract. So example, if the firm is like, you can use 5 contracts total, for every 500 you make in an S&P mini, you're gonna make 800 in NASDAQ over the same stretch of distance. So that's the way at which the contracts are like scaled per tick profit and everything. And the scaling of how the futures are moving between strike distances and the options. What's the best Black Friday pop deal in the pipeline? I don't have any info about Black Friday deals yet. None of them have told me anything. I don't know. Slacks, do you know anything? You would know more than I do. Yeah, white New Balances, Sean, dude. Total dad model, right? Well, like her dad wants New Balances and her mom wants something. They want to go shoe shopping at the Galleria. They're in town from Vietnam, so when they come to town, they like to just have fun. And Galleria is Houston's like big old luxury mall with like bajillion stores. Could you survive some stop outs better? Yeah, and the downside to what I said earlier is that ES is going to be easier to trade for the other side of the coin. ES, you're going to take less physical drawdown per contract than on NASDAQ. ES is also less choppy because the bid-ask spread on ES is always pretty tight. Look, one contract, not dancing around, right? It's pretty flat. But NASDAQ is the opposite. NASDAQ is like dancing around, and there's sometimes 3 to 4 ticks in between the bid and the ask. And the reason for that is because NASDAQ has denominations of 1/4 of a point, which is too small. I've been a proponent over the last 3 years that NASDAQ needs to be traded on even dollar increments, not quarters of a point. 1/4 of a point on NASDAQ is too small for the tracking algorithm to track NASDAQ effectively. It's giving it too many options, so it's like so precise, it's fluttering between all the options, as opposed to, you know, if NASDAQ was trading 96, 97, 98, the NASDAQ would have a tight bid-ask spread and then move like the S&P. So because NASDAQ can trade in 1/4 of a points, it's the fucking spastic. It like spastic jumps around like crazy, and it makes it to where your entries are just like horribly inefficient. You're gonna lose $50 just getting into the trade because it's dancing around so much. Yeah, like at this, yeah, system is correct. Like at this, when NASDAQ was like 3,000, like 1/4 of a point was all right. Like that made perfect sense, you know, 5 years ago. But when NASDAQ is like at 26,000, 1/4 of a point is pretty ridiculous. It'd be like if Apple stock was trading at $500.0001 pennies, and the bid-ask spread was 1/10 of a penny on a stock worth $500. Ridiculously, the denominations are too small, and the reason they're too small is because when they made them, when they decimalized the NASDAQ in 2003. You know, the NASDAQ wasn't at 26,000 in 2003 is when we got off the eighths of a dollar system. And we went to, you know, we went to the like penny decimalization to a penny difference. At that time, it made sense to have 1/4 of a point with the NASDAQ at 1,000. Wasn't that big of a deal. But when the Nasdaq is 26 times that, now a quarter of a point is just too small. And it causes it to dance around. The reason the S&P doesn't dance around is simply put, it's not dancing around yet because it's only at 6,000, right? But you start to see it get crazier as Nasdaq just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It's kind of like with your money systems the same way. Like they're getting rid of pennies right now because of inflation. A penny is a useless denomination of money now. So remember, they're no longer circulating pennies, right? At some point, you know, a nickel would buy you a cheeseburger. It made sense to have pennies. Right now, when a cheeseburger is $14, there's no reason to have a penny because you're never going to need that denomination. So as you get bigger, you have to you have to stop trading the smaller denominations for that particular reason. It's overburdensome and it makes it really, you don't need that precision at that high level of that high value. You don't need like extreme precision. Matt, get out and profit. But boy, I want to take the bigger trade at the bottom, don't I? I do have right to close the trade, don't I? I can. How about now I trim down to 1 and then make it even better? Instead of getting out with profit, I'll hold 1 for the whole thing. So that's going to shift the entire risk profile. Let me redo this. If I hold 1 the whole way down and then get 4 at the bottom, oh, that's even better. Okay. So what I'm going to do is now I have 1. I'm going to hold it all the way to here. So that's $3,200 upside down here if I just hold 1. Sorry. If I hold 1 all the way down to here, it's still the same. My bad. If I still do the same plan, it'll still be the same. If I add 1 here and there, it'll still be 4,000 at the bottom. 3,200 at the bottom, sorry. One. Holding through all of this. So instead of letting 2 take the drawdown and closing 1, I'm just going to close 1 of them now. So this will go down 578 to here is $1,600 of loss, right? I bet 1,600. Then down to here is 24 because this is 80 points at 1 is 1,600. This is 2,400. My bad. My math was off on that one. 78 to 90 is roughly 80 points. I rounded off to nearest 80. So 80 on 1 is 16. Another 40 is 240. 2,400. And then with the same trade on the way back up, I break even on the 2,400. 6 out of 10, 60% of the way up between here and here. So right there is my break even right here. With 1 contract, my break even has moved to there. These are all different. But you get what I'm doing. Same trade plan. Just gonna hold 1 now. And not go from 2 to 1. Just hold 1. 1, 1, 3. Let it ride. -3 there. -1 right there. So -2,400 drawdown there. If this goes here and I subtract 3, and I get 5 on the way up, that is up 4,000. -24 up 4,000 is a net of 16. -3, I ride 2 up to there, is 3,200. Makes it 48. And whatever my runner gets. This is Matt Wizardry Live, Matty Potter. So the idea is when I'm making trades, this is what I'm really doing in my head. I don't necessarily like always detail this out, but I'm always in my head thinking of these numbers. Now I'm gonna draw on the screen so you guys can see it. But every time I enter a trade, if you didn't know, like in the back of my brain, this is all there too. That might be the difference between me and you that is worth noting in your journey of I want to learn trading, is that this is the kind of stuff that I do. I'm never surprised. Like, Matt, how do you keep your cool? You never seem to freak out. Well, because I'm okay with losing 2,400 bucks. And I'm already up 2,400 bucks. So I should be fine. Unless I made a calculation error. Whatever is going to happen, I've already accepted the loss as tolerable, so it's not going to freak me out. Like, it's not going to get here. I'm not going to panic and freak out, because even before the move happens, I've already churned out 100% of it all. Like, I have 3 long options, a stop, a break-even point. I've got all of my returns labeled. That makes sense. This is what you learn in the boot camp, everybody. This is what the boot camp is, according to what Julian's telling you guys. This is it. So now I've got 3 possible strong pivots to bounce from. In a market that's probably going to sell off. Because it's probably going to sell off, I'm taking my bet anyways and keeping it small. And I've got plenty of room at the bottom to take some of those high probability pivots. Yeah. So part of your psychology when you're learning to trade is to make sure you've planned out every step of the way. That way, if the market just crashes with red, I don't look over here with sticker shock like, oh my God. Like, what the hell? If this loses 2,400, I'm at 0 for the day. I mean, I was up like 2,000 bucks. My net P&L will be down 400 bucks, right? So if that were to happen, I don't freak out, which is what I love about, you know, planning ahead. You get all this time to sit here. And a lot of times when you guys are sitting here, you're always like fiddling with it and drawing things. Let me check the 5 minute. Let me check the hour. You're doing a bunch of redundant fidget spinning on a bunch of shit that doesn't make any sense. Spend your time in the trade to do the math. Like, this is what you should be doing while you're sitting here. I always call you guys fidget charting. You're like, oh, let me resize it. Let me move it. Let me draw. You're always drawing it and adjusting it and moving your targets and drawing your trend line, adjusting your trend lines. You're just fidgeting, man. Like, do a little bit of budgeting. All budget, no fidget, baby. That's it. You got you. We all fidget, dude. I used to just sit there and just draw and fuck around. But when I started planning my trades out to the dollar like this, it gets easy when you do it for years. You start to multiply by 40s and NASDAQ and 10s in your head with S&P like it's nothing. You just are thinking 800, 16, 32. It just gets to be habit at that point because you're counting like in denominations of 8 or multiples of 8. But the more you practice it, the more routine it gets. You're just adding numbers in your head. But always have a plan. Yeah, pretty simple. DD Band's update at 4:30 Central. 25,602. That'd be kind of nice if it did. And MOC. Dude, my printer has updated 2 times today. I think I'm gonna get my ride at 350 right when the market gets 10 minutes before close. We're gonna get whatever bump we're gonna get. Probably gonna get the whole thing. Might be able to get the whole play, which would be nice. MOC, like to hear. I feel like we're gonna get exactly that move. Feels like that. It's gonna close somewhere between here in the middle. But we'll see. I've already drawn on my screen where I'm gonna buy. Everything that says plus is where I'm looking to enter longs at. Hey, what's your plan tonight? What's the time you're gonna do stuff? Okay. What about tonight? I thought you said you had something planned tonight. Oh, okay. I was just checking. Okay. Maybe. Yeah. I'm still in trade. Yeah. Yeah, when I'm done, I'll give you a call. Maybe meet up with y'all. Okay. Like later tonight, like when I'm done. Or later today, sorry, when I'm done. Okay, bye. Spencer, awesome, dude. I'm glad to hear it, man. That you're growing back. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a break for like a hot minute. I'll be back. Boring trading day, still not going anywhere. I don't even think I'm gonna get the trade. Nvidia sort of floating in between levels here. Elevator's going up, hopefully. Am I looking to aspire on ceiling? No, I was just making sure I set all my profit targets. And now my fund and next. Just prepared for tomorrow. When are we golfing? Bro, when I gotta come out your way so we can go golfing, dude. Sometime soon. You got boot camp because wait till January. Yeah, you can actually just watch the videos now. Okay, let me finish doing some of this work stuff I'm trying to do. Oh, looks like the trade's moving a little bit. Oh, looks like the one is doing the heavy lifting. Well, moon candle. Probably finish the day off there with negative res. I'll just go ahead and take the profit. We'll call it. I wish I would have gotten something better out of that, but whatever. That's it. And I'm tired. We'll call it a day. I think that's enough. Although, you know, that's my 40 points and I'm sticking with it. I can't add to the trade. I just didn't want to. Remember, the goal is adding the rest of your risk to get your cost basis lower, not to make more on the trade. That's the secret. So that's it. That's the secret. Yeah, good luck, you guys, and we'll see y'all tomorrow.